Good morning. What's up, little bro? What's up, the man Stan? Seen you there a time or two, so I went ahead and make you a moderator if you want. I hope you're having a good morning. Thanks for being here, hanging out. You can always find something to do. I tell you what, a couple of good friends connected with some solid hearts. It can turn to some spiritual water at times. Take some water to the world that needs it. Oh, yes, well, very good question. George Wallace. I'm doing I'm doing very well. I'm very well. I have yesterday I was able to bring into view a lot of dreams that I had about 15 years ago. I'm ballparking it. I'm not doing the real math in my head, but about 15 years ago I had I had some big dreams, some lofty dreams, and I have spent my life pursuing those dreams. And what I found out was for the first few years, for a little bunch of years, however long it took, I I had to reconcile everything I had ever done and been a part of and been absent from throughout my life. And that took my mom dying for me to and losing my daughters for me to really jump into that introspection, to look at myself, to look at all everything in my past. And I had been working on those dreams before that crash happened. The dreams I had came in before that. I mean, huge elements, huge things. I've been working. I worked on, and then the crash for myself, my personal crash happened, and it seems like I went on a good long journey to get the field experience, to put my hypothesis, to put my test, my book, my language, my idea, what I wanted to do, my dreams, to put it to the raw, nitty and gritty test. And the only way to do that is to get your own two hands thick up there under the muck of the mud. Other than that, anyways, I'm just for myself, and so I spent time doing that, and I took notes. That would be my book. That'd be that product. That'd be the success of actually transforming my own proof, my own personal proof of success of transforming those old things I had been to into something better, something new. And not only you working with these ideas or trying these ideas out, but ensuring that these ideas were actually used, you could use, one could actually utilize them and actually have success. And then yesterday, some good things happened, and got a, I was asking for a miracle, man. I was asking for a miracle, sis, and sure enough, somebody went to the GoFundMe and they dropped a miracle. So I don't have to worry about being out on the street. I don't have to consider that anymore. And that was keeping me at a huge standstill because I had stuff to clean. I had stuff to work on. I had to start packing all my stuff. So I was at a standstill. I wasn't frozen like a deer in headlights, but I was frozen in a sense of like I'm waiting. As soon as I get the which way do I go, as soon as the action comes in, I'll sail off in that direction. But until then, I'm waiting to pivot. I'm waiting to pivot into the correct direction because I don't know which direction that my actions are going to have success in. And so that happened yesterday, and I'll share a little funny portion with you as well. Is After the live, I had quickly glimpsed there at that reality I just shared, and then I realized my YouTube live kept going. It was still going even though I was off there, even though I wasn't recording. So I had this hugely wonderful amount of good news, and I'm just waiting to engage it. But right now I'm dealing with something else, and I have to finish that before I get to, like get my cake and eat it, so to speak. And so, oh my gosh, after I got off the live yesterday, oh man, I I was like, I can't get it off. I can't turn it off. I can't get off. Oh man, I went to two different devices and I looked all around. I was oh man, it was not cool. It was for all the good. Oh, it was a low because I was like, I gotta stop the live. It can't just go on. I could, penalized or whatever. And I was able to make contact with YouTube and through Google services, and they responded back and they helped end it, and everything was cool. And I was like, ah, okay, now let's go look into the what we're actually looking at here, and for the good side of the day, and proceeding future, and after I put all that together, I thought it was very comical from the divine themselves because I was literally, as soon as like I fixed up the YouTube thing, I was like, huh, that makes sense. I don't usually get in that kind of a mood or energy at all. But I was like, but it kind of came intuitionally, and it was like, well, you always got to have a negative if you're going to receive a positive. I mean, think about it. You're going to start a car, you need the negative as much as you need the positive. You need both. You don't get you don't get starting engine without a negative and positive charge. That charge is electrical, and we're electromagnetic. So, kind of asking what I wished for, got to bring in the positive with the negative, and I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And I was able to proceed with my day without any problems or qualms. So it's lawless. It's been good. It's been good. Um, Absolutely does, Jam. Uh, So, look, I'll say it straight up. I don't always make the best choices at picking moderators, but I think I'm in the 80s percentile of getting there. So yesterday I noticed that somebody, I chat with them in email and whatnot on the side, and they sent me an email that a moderator had timed them out. And like they hadn't even put anything. I looked in the chat log and everything, and I was like, what the heck is this? Um, so I'm trying to find out there's got to be somebody in the moderator log system that I'm missing that's doing something or another. So I try to seek to make like everybody family. This is this is um mm, this is something for me to share. So I was like, if I create something, if I'm able to bring my dreams to fruition, then the moment I'm dead, the thing's gonna be corrupt. The moment I'm dead, somebody's gonna take over, and the thing's going fucking south. Whatever I did with it, whatever people did, nobody's gonna have the same vision as me. Not like that. And then I was like, and so I worked for quite a few many years, and I was like, okay, how can I bypass that? How can I make it to where after I die, whatever I freaking establish and anchor into the existence of our world, we all together do it, but you get what I'm saying. I was like, how do I stop it from getting turned into something that it's not, into some greedy motherfucker's pocket? Whatever is fancy, her fancy, whatever. And then I was like, boom, this is how it goes. Everybody I bring in, they're at the top. Everybody that comes in, you're at the top. You get to know everything. You can do this, you could do that, you could run the place, you could order the materials, you could talk to the people, you could do everything from top to bottom. And that is what every single person gets. Every person gets full access to being it, because it would be, like the cook doesn't need to be the cook every single fucking day. He needs a break here and there. Go live a life, have a good time. Maybe there's something you gotta go do or want to do, whatever. You shouldn't have to feel like, oh, I gotta be at some job. So then, if everybody was a great chef and was taught how to be a great chef, then anybody could fill the position. And I was like, boom. And then I was like, boom, then everybody's at the top and everybody can do anything. So if you ever have one person trying to take the lead, then you know that motherfucker is out. You know not to follow them, because the rule is don't follow after any one motherfucker. Let the spirit guide. And I was like, and that's kind of how I work with the moderating system. I know, like I mentioned, I don't always get always, there's always kind of one or two or something. I'm not a good choice, but generally, the more people, then the less riffraff at the bottom. But talking about dreams, I've been working on, like I've been mentioning before, different things, different aspects of life here and there. And some things I held, some things I kept on so that I can make further product or further things with. But I kept continuing in my journey, and at this point, I'm looking at accessing all those little things I once created before and being able to bring those in, being able to really make those a positive aspect of bringing to the table. Great morning, great morning. Jude Baker, how do I relate my past jousting career to spirituality? Very great question. That's actually where my mind's been for a little bit. And In the jousting, I had the I I had the armor. I had the physical steel armor. So I was highly focused on the body itself. And when one is jousting, this is training for war. And if you're not training for war and war happens, then you're, screwed. So somebody who jousted for sport wasn't technically sport to really any degree. Anyways, I can get into the details. Though in that, let me explain it. When you had a group of knights and they were on horseback in armor, and the other army is across the field, okay, I'm gonna have a squire, and my squire is gonna have the train of, more lances and oil and all sorts of things I need. And so there's gonna be you and a whole bunch of us next to us. And what we're gonna do actually is we're gonna ride down. We're gonna actually make a glancing hit. We're gonna hit the front line with our lance, and hopefully break our lance off because we killed somebody, and continue making a turn. And we're gonna circle back all the way back to our camp, and our squad. We're gonna Squire's gonna hand us a new lance. What if we need something buckled fixed? Whatever the case, that's what's gonna go on. And then we're gonna ride around. We're gonna make another pass, and we're gonna keep riding on. Okay. So jousting was in place so that the knight could stay in tunage for battle. That's why there's a difference in heavy cavalry. I'll get back to how night jousting impacted my life. This is how it impacted my life because I learned about jousting. I learned about the reality of it. And so then I learned about tactics of battle. So you got these motherfuckers who are like in armor, all pristine. These motherfuckers are like millionaires and billionaires, dude. They have their own castles. They tell people what to do. They kill people, whatever the fuck they want. They're like, you, done. They're like public execution. Boom. Everybody's like, yeah. This motherfucker, he's on his motherfucking horse in armor making these pussy ass passes. Okay? But a real motherfucking knight, they do heavy cavalry. And heavy cavalry says, I don't give a fuck about a horse. I don't give a fuck about armor. I'm taking my ass and I'm using shock tactics. I'm running my ass straight into your front lines because I'm going to shatter it. I'm going to create a fucking hole in your wall. And then all my buddies and friends are going to come in and they're going to go all in the recesses and destroy the ability for your fucking commanders to give orders to the little peons. And now you're fucking fractured. The whole brain is destroyed and I win. I can tear the whole bitch apart from the inside out. Rah, motherfucker. So that's how it's, yeah. And then I applied that to the emotional warfare that we all deal with every motherfucking day from liars and posers and bullshit motherfuckers. So jousting taught me how to be a kung fu Bruce Lee motherfucker in the world of psychokinetic motherfucking shit between people. It taught me how to use my psychic abilities in a strategic way so that people don't dominate my love and my kindness. And when I got success with that, I said, boom, that's what I got to give to my brothers and sisters out there. If you want to reach the heavens, you must first top society's monarchs. I ain't talking about with no physical action. I ain't talking about with no protest. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about your own connection. Because they man and woman just like you and me. Some have, many have not made their connection with the divine. And if you ain't made your connection with the divine, that crown don't mean too much. You see, from movie, I'll tell you something nobody else will tell you. From movie actors to kings and queens, life is an initiation system. That's where I learned 99% of my shit. I looked at fucking actors. Most of them, they're tied to royalty. You, you can do your own research and you'll find they're actual fucking royalty. They're actually going through an initiation system. Being able to don a different role, a different character, to be able to change the body, to be able to morph and become. That's part of the whole fucking initiation system. It's breaking free from the conditioned state. So you enter different roles, different characters, different aspects of life that help you discover what you're good at and what you like and what you're going to take with you. Not something you got to study and read in a book every damn day, but something that you fucking lived and breathed. You shat it, you ate it, you fucking did all of it for fucking a year plus 7 months to 14 months straight. And now that's a part of your life. That's a new habit. That's a new addition to the who you are as a person. You don't connect with average individuals who only go to work and come home because they only got one life, because now you've lived 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 12 different types of lives. People don't normally get that kind of experience. So how can they connect or actually talk with anybody? Because they don't get it. They're on a spirit. Some might know and most don't, but they are on an initiatory shamanic path. And the only reason why they will know, and since there's some listening, the only reason why you do know is because of the feeling you get when you hear the orders that call you to do what you do. You can see the progress, you can see your own development, and you know there's a symphony, and somebody is conducting that mug. And that's why every single person, no matter where they are in life, from bottom to tip top, your heart is the most fundamental important thing. Your connection is the second. And now you are ascending the heavens while you're still living in the flesh. Nothing to laud, nothing to go crazy about, but quite a series of events that will cause one to stop and slow down and be like, ooh, yeah, okay. Complete acceptance of events happening and understanding not needed. This is trust. A lot of times when I was younger, I'm really kind of changing directions here, but a lot of times when I was younger, my mother, she would tell me before the situation, before an event, she explained. She said, "Look, when it's all going down, I don't have time to explain anything to you. I don't have time to tell you 1, 2, 3. I don't got none of that. You do exactly what I tell you, when I tell you to, and that's it. And if I didn't do that, then I got in trouble." One time, shoot, one of the things my mom told me, I was at school and I got in trouble for some. I got in trouble a lot at school, but and ISS teacher, the in school suspension teacher, she was like my best friend. I tell you what, she was cool. Anyways, everybody else, she'd be like, bah! Put them in their place. uh, oh my gosh. I was at ISS. I was in school suspension so much in middle school that she would let me put my head down. Like at the beginning, it'd be like everybody else and be like, it didn't matter if you finished your work. She'd give you fucking more work to do. It didn't matter how nice you were, she'd be more mean to you. Like, just shut up. Like everybody knew, just shut up, be quiet, and don't do anything except. And I was in there so freaking much. I remember one of the best days I had. The phone systems were down, and the ISS teacher there at Rudder Middle School when I was there, she would tell me what she wanted to tell her friend, the receptionist, in the office. So I'd take the message down and tell her friend what the message was, and then the friend would give me her message, and I would return. I was messenger all day long. All day long, I was running messages, literally just by ear, not written, just by ear. It's so cool. There's something about connecting with people that breaks the bonds, breaks the rules that somebody else imposed. It's like when it's family, there ain't no rules. Like you need you need tax number and this and business registration because you're selling a product. So you have to collect money and you have to record and report and pay out and all this shit to the government, right? I don't care where you are in the world, right? General, unless you're doing under the table. Okay, I get that too. Follow me though. But if it's family, that doesn't apply. But if it's a friend hanging out and you just say, hey, drop a donation in, there's no fucking shit on that. It's just a friend. It's a potluck dinner. Everybody brought a little something, something, whatever they could. There was no price administered. It was technically a specific group. It changes when things are family and friends. A business is a different entity. When it crosses the line, it says, you must pay me for what I can do for you. And that's where I've taken a whole different perspective on life. Is just do what I'm good at. Just do it. Things will roll back around. Sometimes they roll back real good. Sometimes it's real low. But heck, I know how to survive in the desert as much as I know how to survive in the lush, beautiful plains of a plenty. Some people just get used to one environment and then they have to create, anyways. Oh, that was funny. Whoa, 1 million views. Thank you, dude. Thanks for pointing that out, Jude Baker. Dude, that's pretty interesting. That's really interesting. Thank you, UFO Busters. Boom, UFO Busters. I tell you what, man, man, the UFO show Australia. Now I'm in America. I'm not in Australia. I tell you what, I've got some very interesting anomalies that things you'd like to check out. Look, I'm gonna show you my staff. D. Call my staff D. D's very real. Quartz crystals all the way around. Okay, paranormal activity. Let's talk about that. I create fields that not mimic. I create fields that I learned from things that investigative shows and people go and do. All right, I paid attention to certain anomalies that were concurrent in various situations, but always existed nonetheless. And then I started paying attention of my own shamanic path. These areas are portals. You could call it a vortex, you could call it a portal. I like the word portal because there's an amount of energy, whether naturally in the ground or within the structure of the vicinity, of which a spirit, a disembodied spirit, exists. Now they're safe within this portal. Nothing fucks with them outside of it. Complete ease. But they're all the fuck alone. And a spirit, they don't see like we see, but they can hear like a freaking dolphin. Okay? That kind of construct. As a shaman, I found that spirits get stuck at these places, and it is the shaman's duty, it is responsibility to go in, find the disembodied spirit, help them attach. D here allows the spirit to attach to the staff itself rather than having to attach to me, so that I don't take so much initially. But I'll explain more. So the spirit winds up attaching. Then I bring them home to my altar, and I resonate the energy. I resonate with them, and I resonate the energy, so that either A, the spirit, the disembodied spirit, can find a home within my home, and I'll take care of them. They're not going to cause no problems for nobody. I'll take care of them, and they'll be all right. Or option B, the spirit's like completely unwilling to get better. They don't want to learn. They don't want to get better. So I just send them on up the highway stream of energy, and they gone from this world entirely. They don't come back. They don't fuck. They don't reincarnate. They don't come back. I know where they go, but I like to say I don't know where they go because don't remember it technically, and I just rather leave it that way. um, but when I see investigative shows, I know you like yours is mentioning. I'm really kind of combining UFOs and paranormal activity here, but when one goes into a paranormal zone and area, and they wind up having interactions with the disembodied spirit, the spirit needs help. They need assistance. They need a shaman to help them be able to move on. And generally, what happens in those programs is that people go in and they poke and they prod at the spirit, and they get all these reactions. But the spirit, they're looking for some help. They're looking for a friend in the dark, an unknown friend. And that's why a lot of times people wind up getting negative feelings or calling it a haunted story, because that entity, that consciousness, they're upset because the person talking to them should be a freaking shaman, should be somebody that can help them. But they realize that nobody's really talking, the person's not talking to them, they're just poking and disturbing them. They're already not doing good, they're already isolated, they're already hurting and all of that. And then they just get poked and prodded. That doesn't create a happy person. You know, take any person, stick them in a room. I'm not telling you to, don't do it like literally, but just metaphorically. I mean, I've been through it myself, stuck in a room, and I've stayed in the room myself. I don't want to come out. I don't want to deal with anything. And at that particular juncture of my life, and if somebody came in and started asking me all sorts of questions, I started getting angry. Screw an explanation. I got angry. I ain't thinking that there's something else we need to be talking about. Is whatever you asking questions about. It's just that's not where I need to be right now. And I do believe 100% and know that spirits, from divine to lower and disembodied from a human that's passed on, spirits are very much like us. They have feelings just like us. You treat them bad, they're going to treat you bad back. You respect them, they'll respect you back. You really nice and just continue to do a bunch of good for them, shoot, they might stick around and do a bunch of good for you. But UFO activity. Hmm. The world's eyes and ears are opening to everything. I will definitely say that much. Little by little by little by little by little. And everybody, everybody's going to come out the shadows. Everybody's going to come out from hiding. Everybody's been hiding because they've been afraid. They've been afraid of first contact. They've been afraid of the reaction. Look at our history. Look at humanity's history. Not exactly a group of people you're probably going to want to go shake hands with, that's for sure, man. Humanity's we got a history, huh? Don't we? George Wallace. Okay, boom. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna read that. I hope that's okay with you. Uh, like you, if you've heard me or not, I've lost my mom, and I'm there with you. My mom, she had brain cancer, and after she had brain surgery, literally she couldn't remember who she was. Like maybe once or twice a month, but she wasn't Rosemary anymore. She was somebody else. And George Wallace mentioned, he said, when my mother passed away, I talked to her on the phone at the hospital a day before. A day before, she wasn't herself. She thought she was at home and was talking with my grandpa who had passed 4 years before, creeped me out. I think she was half alive and half dead at the time and was telling me in her own way. Okay, so this is what was happening. This is what I saw my mom going through. And honestly, bro, I ain't been able to talk to anybody about this. Like, unless you fucking had the experience, it don't open it up. Obviously, anyways, you're there, so I got someone to talk to about that. I could see my mom was going to the other side of the veil. I could see my mom came to me one day when she actually had a sane mind, and like I'm just using plain verbiage to not explain a bunch of unneeded details. So I'm changing a couple of words, but she's like, she said, I think I'm an angel. That's what she said. I think I'm an angel. And there's a lot of history to it, okay? Because my mom, she had me, and she had her mother, but it's just, it's complicated within the religion and all of that stuff. And my grandma had claimed to be of a certain grouping, so my grandma was going to go to heaven, and my mom was going to live forever on earth. And so it destroyed my mother's life because the way my mother saw it and the way the religion spin it to us, well, everybody's like praising my grandma, and they're all happy for my grandma. Oh, you're gonna be an angel in heaven. You're gonna be an angel in heaven. And my mom is like, everybody's like, oh, aren't you so happy for your mother? Aren't you so happy for her? My mother, she's crying. Her heart's breaking because she's never going to see her mom again. What a fuck. Okay? So I was the last connection that my mom had of like, and I had that same feeling like, I'm going to be going off. I ain't staying here. I'm going to be going off. But I couldn't tell anybody because if that got back to my mom, it would have literally, my mom would have ended her life by her own hand like that. Like, there was, I already knew it. So that was not something I could tell my mom at all. And so at the end, when she told me that statement going back, she said, I think I'm an angel. And I said, whatever I said, I played it off. I didn't encourage the idea at all. I shut her down completely. And the reason why was because if I got to talking about it, then I would have said what I would have said. And then who knows what could have happened. I couldn't open that door. That's not a door I was going to open. That's not a chance I was going to take. And so, because of that, George, I do believe completely that my mom couldn't remember shit because she was fucking getting super secrets and the spirit shut her fucking mouth up. Shut her mouth up. She couldn't speak. She couldn't speak for the last, I don't know, 4, 5 months of her life. Bedridden. She couldn't speak. Her mouth shut up. And that's what I felt. That's what I sensed the entire time. And at this time, I was a Jehovah's Witness. I wasn't into tarot. I wasn't into nothing. I saw the Harry Potter movies once at the movies and once at home on like HBO or whatever, and that was it. Like I like I was clean cut and all that shit. And that's when that's what I thought. What I thought. And so for you to share what you shared about your mom, then I completely believe, as along with the ancient words I've read a jillion times for my own self in life, our heart is in heaven. Our soul is in our heart. That energy, that essence is in heaven, while we physically are on earth. And what that's relating to is that we ascend before our bodies do. Our soul, our spirit moves on to the next home before the body deceases. And so I believe completely that your mom, she was with your grandpa. They were together. And that's where her spirit soul's going. And you were privileged to hear that, to know that, like, she's not lost. And she won't be lost. Whenever that, she'll never be lost. She knows exactly where she's going. Her soul is anchored to, like, and that's what I see. That's why I've lived my life the way I've lived it. It's because I saw that reality, and then I learned about that reality in detail from ancient sources. And then I was like, well, I want to make sure and wake up exactly where my mama is, where my mama and my daughters are. That's where I want to wake up next. I don't give a fuck where it is. That's where I want to wake up. If it's not on this world, let's go somewhere else. Let's get off this world. I don't care. But that's the faces I want to see. And that's what I've been working for. Working towards every single day of my life. And I secured that like roughly 6 months ago. I secured that reality. And that's essentially when I wound up going viral. And I was like, well, like that's, like I stopped trying to go viral. I was posting videos and stuff, but I stopped thinking about, all that junk, all this junk. And, oh, it's interesting how after you climb your own mountain and really kind of accomplish what you intend to, like boom, that opens you up to be who you are. You help relying on you can rely on yourself. You're confident in your own ability. You don't feel lost. You don't feel like, oh my goodness, what am I gonna do when mom or dad's not around? And some moms, they're alive. My mom's alive. They're alive. They're for those that pass on, their flesh may be gone, but like they're alive. Wow, George Wallace. I was just reading some of your comments, totally connecting with you, bro. Northern United States. Yeah, we can do a reading. Yeah, let's pull some cards. That's a great idea, actually. Okay, George Wallace. Before I pull cards, I saw you. Somebody else had they were said they were having nightmares. George Wallace said, "I get night terrors every few days after seeing my best friend commit, you know, to that end." And I had a best friend. His name was Michael, and he didn't create his own ending, though he was I had come into his life. He helped me out, and the divines gave him everything he wanted. He wanted a wife and he wanted a kid, and he had everything he wanted. He was driving home from work on his motorcycle, and on the way home, somebody came out and hit him like just a fucking corner block or two away from his house, and that was hard. That was hard because we didn't exactly end on good terms, and I had reached out to him several times after the fact, trying to just like be cool and stuff, and he never responded once to me, not a fucking lick of nothing. And but his soul reached heaven, and he assured me that every time I think about him to remember that I got a fucking guardian angel who cares very much about me. And he that's who he is. He's that guardian angel. And so those friends, I truly believe in a grand amount of way that there's the energy, there's the essence that they pass on to either us or others because they just can't take it no more. My mom reached that point, like she couldn't take it no more. We had that night, like she she came in. This was years before cancer set in, but she came in and she wanted me to help her end her life. because of the amount of emotional, traumatic pain that she'd been in. And I was crying when she told me. And the sad fact is, I was crying because I wanted to give her what she wanted. Because I could understand that kind of pain. But I had no clue the understanding of carrying that pain for that many years. That trauma, it's not something we wash away. It never goes away. And that's why I learned transmutation and alchemy and magicians, philosopher's stone, and all that shit. Because I had to transmute the fucking pain I got every single day. Because if I don't, either I'll destroy the world or I'll destroy myself. And I don't want to destroy anything. So I got to transmute it into goodness. And that's where it's at every single day for me, literally. I'm not running from the pain, but I'm transmuting this shit out of it actively. So if people ask me if I work a fucking job, they got no clue what the fucking name work means. The word work means. They got no clue. They clock in and clock out. They don't know what fucking dedication is. And that awareness gave me a lot of confidence. Not an unnecessary chip, George. Not an unnecessary chip on my shoulder. But it gave me some genuine confidence because I said I can survive well more than the rest of all these pansy ass poser motherfuckers. When the end of the world hits and some catastrophe, some shit's gonna go down someday. We know it's gonna fucking happen. The shit just can't go on the way it is. Man's not just gonna be like, oh, let's turn off the lights and let the world get better. Let's stop draining the oil. Man does not do that. They just keep never fucking stop. Never fucking takes a break. So when the fucking camel's back breaks, my odds of survival are like up here. I don't give a fuck about the masses on that regard. I'll fucking survive. I'll make the fucking move when I need to. And that's people like you and others of us out there that has lost a loved one, that has had a best friend, and their life is passed on in whatever format or way, and yet we're still standing and doing the good thing, and we got some piece of shit come up and treat us like nothing. The youth don't know enough to survive a cataclysm. And that's why I've made it my point, for as much as I can, to reach those who will hear me, that they may be able to advance and they will be ready whenever their time comes on this world. And maybe it's not a catastrophe worldwide, but their their life is gonna hit a moment like that. Their life is going to have an experience when everything grows and grows and grows and grows, and the pressure just goes, and all the chips are down, and you're gonna see who people are raw for raw and who they are. And there ain't no fucking words that gonna save your ass for nothing. My mom worked her ass off every single fucking day and night, not just for money, but so that I would have a fucking idea or two between my fucking ears and I could walk this world and not be a bumbling dumbass motherfucker like 89% of those fuckers that walk around, including the wealth richy motherfuckers too. They ain't out of that number. Shit. You can polish a turd all you want, but at the beginning and end of that day, it's still gonna be a turd. Let's get to that reading. One is a angel deck, and the other one is a cartomancy deck. And when the cartomancy deck came to me, I was at this I was at this festival or this little show, or it wasn't huge or anything. It was rather small, but it was a spiritual get coming together, and people were selling things, and I knew a spirit had been trying to make contact with me, bro. I fucking knew it. I knew. And this lady comes up to me, this older lady comes up to me after the show, and I'm kind of perusing, things, getting ready to go or whatever. I was leaving before, anyways. And she comes up to me and she said, "Your grandmother's trying to make contact with you, or something or another." She mentioned my grandma was trying to reach me, and so I wound up getting this particular deck that my grandma Daisy uh, uh, came to me through. So talking about moms, grandma, grandpas, and friends and all that stuff. I'm bringing that in there. Okay, hold on. There's one more. That's the one more. What I just heard in my head, in my mind, in my heart was Age of the Ancestors, and the understanding that was accompanied from Age of Ancestors is that that's it's something I encourage all the time. It is my path, shamanic path. But our ancestors from the past, our parents, our grandparents, our great grandparents, and on and on and on. There were a lot of injustices that have been done on this world. And the right flow of energy, the right person from their family can bring back all that energy into the present moment. And it's the ancestors, it's our families going to fix everything, not us. We just intuit the information. We're the hands, and they're the minds, and together we create a wonderful world ahead of us. The Matu Neter, I'd say that was the most. Every other book I read, including Freemasonry, other things, temples and ancient things, the Matu Neter taught me everything, and that opened the world up. It gave me the secret words of power. It gave me the formulas. It told me everything. It told me exactly how human nature works. And I was like, yep, I see it too every single day throughout my life. But it taught me the minutia that I didn't know about. It taught me the herbs, taught me the stones, taught me the directions, taught me the words, taught me the formula. I didn't go to no fucking backyard friend to be like, hey, how do you work magic? No, I fucking learned from the ancient ways, from that book. I saw other books, how it lined up with with that information historically correctly aligned. I fucking went to a Hindu temple, was like, yo, I see what y'all doing, which is exactly what I believe in, but y'all doing it for your own flavor. I wanted Egyptian. I really would. That's my kind of flavor. Everybody has their flavor, but I like to combine a little bit more than. Anyways, I'm not going to get into all that. But that book opened the whole world up to me of what I knew was already happening and explained to me. It didn't hold anything back. I read the Bible. I read Freemasonry. I found this. I read that, and I could tell every single book I read. It gave me 90% of the information. Some of them books give you 98% of the information. However, they leave out just 2%, which was the fucking key. All the information they gave to you was just telling you about the fucking door and what's beyond the door. And the 2% they don't fucking tell you, and you're always like, you motherfuckers, why can't I figure it out? That's the 2% they keep from you, and that's the fucking key for you to walk through, and they keep it for them so that they can do it and come back to you and be like, I got something new, look at me. Motherfucker, you just walked through the door that you closed to everybody else. So I found a fucking key. Everybody already got the door. And all I got to do is be like, ah, there you go. Bye. And the whole world and all their monarchy crap goes away. Because now everybody knows about it. Everybody knows about it. Then people won't do something about it. I don't have to do shit. I mean, I do stuff, I work. It's not, but you get what I'm saying. Hopefully. Anyways, I pulled a couple of cards for you, George. Oh, yes. Man, got a little bit of that left. All right. So the first card, George. I mean, I could read onto it, and it's got the book. But the first card is acceptance. It says, see yourself and others through the eyes of the angels with unconditional love and acceptance. In this way, you inspire and lift everyone to their highest potential. Acceptance. I could go into that book and I could read it, which it probably got its own great thoughts. But I'm just going to say what's in my heart. When I, when, when, just for my own, I'm not telling you right or left, I'm just sharing my own. When my mom passed on, I mean, there's no other choice but acceptance. She's not alive. That's not an option on the table. Nothing that I. Okay, so obviously. And so right away I start thinking about all of her qualities and all of her traits. And yeah, that's like hard emotionally and throwing me into the muck. And I can't work with anybody else. I can't really chat with anybody else in those moments because I'm dealing with accepting that my freaking best friend, my mother, is dead. And I'll never talk to her. She'll never come give me a hug again. Well, I was a little wrong in spirit. Her soul, she's singing to me sometimes. Tell you what, she still talks. Anyways, that's more here than there. Though, though in that acceptance, in remembering everything of who Rosemary was, unknowingly, I was taking on all of those behaviors myself. The ones that were not like positive behaviors or habits, yeah, I'll polish those off, make them good, and that'd be an aspect of me. And so I clothed myself, I clothed Christopher with a makeover of Rosemary, my mom. And so when I interact with people, yeah, there's the whole spiritual side, yeah, there's the whole shamanic side, but really what you're getting the interaction is mother and son as one, unified, because I have to accept that my mother's gone. She can't teach nobody a lesson for nothing. So if I walk in her shoes and I perform her actions, then she lives, she walks, and she teaches just like she was great at. So I give her life by sacrificing my own desires that she may rise and help other people ascend from their uh, own situations. And so in that acceptance really helps us be able to see exactly uh, the importance of preservation of the lost, of the deceased. And that preservation is not easy. That's why it took a priest or a priestess or somebody of some mental and mental aptitude to fortitude to be able to endure the struggles, because if one can't survive their own journey of if one can't survive miseries, then how can one help a diverse amount of people? They can't, because they can't understand. If you've never been out on the street and lived on the street from day in to day out, have to find somewhere to use the bathroom because nobody has your doors open or is open, certain times or whatever. Shoot, that's a whole nother aspect of living you never thought about. But people go through that on a daily basis to really connect with each other. Anyways, bells, we got the Eight of Bells, and it's searching for balance through rationality. It's the Eight of Bells here. Searching for a balance through rationality, material help, and close friendships. Take a closer look at the world of your emotions. Give up control. You're free from financial strictures. I'll say that's just for my own self. This is there was a certain portion of my journey, and I was doing tarot readings on a regular basis. And when I was doing these tarot readings on a regular basis, and doing them for others as well, not asking for money. No, 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 no. At that particular time, I was just doing it myself. I was studying every day. I was doing the tarots every day, and I was getting all into it and study, 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 study. Like I'm chatting with you, but there's been days when I get and I just read books. I'm just reading freaking hard data like material on spirituality, but that's where my brain wants to really enjoys diving into, my teeth sinking into, and and I found in a book, um, in an old book, I found that when one makes this connection with the divines, they'll take away things that require your time. It mentioned free from financial strictures, and my path, my shamanic path of being content with. I'm just sharing my own. I'm just sharing my own stories, my own reflections, and being content and being on my shamanic journey and like okay, I'm cool with that little bit for I don't need all that much and just riding the waves and everything. I've not put some 9 to 5 job first. I've not put money first. Money is last for me. I need food before I need money. I need a roof over my head. It's not necessarily the money, and so I tend to ignore those factors in my life. And when it starts getting there, I'm like, "Yo, spirit, what you got for me next?" And they're like, "Here you go." And that's the next leg of the journey. That's the adaptability, the changeability. But I can really my own journey. I'm not telling anybody to do it or even really recommending people to do it, but my own journey of my path, I can really see and understand that in order to gain trust with the Divine Almighty up above, the only way to do that is to walk into the unknown. It's to take the long walk. It's to take the long walk without a end point destination in mind. It's just to take your long walk. It's your long journey. And either the divine that you believe in and love, which is the same as everyone, you got a million names, been around forever. um, and they're going to see you through that journey. They're going to make sure you get through all right. If you can learn how to listen to their voice, follow the cues of the omens before you, then you'll make it through and you'll be all right. And to moms, to dads, to grandmas, to grandfathers, to those we've lost, that's who we live for. That's who we embody these days. From divine righteousness to loving little child who passed away way too soon. I gotta be a little kid, man. I tell you what, I am a little kid in my heart. And I got my little dollies and stuff. Look, I got my little dragon up here. I got them up here for you because I got a few different colors. But I keep those aspects of my daughters alive. And for me, when I'm walking into the world, I don't need to explain to everybody why I do that or why I have these things on me. They don't understand it. And it's probably a really good thing that they don't understand it because if they did, they'd be walking around with as much pain as I do. And that wouldn't be too good because they wouldn't know how to transmute it. They wouldn't know how to make it good and healthy. Their whole life would start getting destroyed and things would fall apart. I've learned as long as someone's kind of holding the ball in this world on a spiritual, magical level, as long as someone is holding that, I don't want to use the word position, but that's what you're going to relate best with. As long as somebody's holding that ground, then no one else has to go through it. That's what I've learned. If there's one individual who's going to say, let all that come to me, I can handle it, then all that energy is going to come to them. It, I'm not talking about energy as in like, oh, I'm extra powerful, but it's raw, ugly, nasty, and you got to transmute that shit into positivity. That's a work in progress. That's a fucking God. That's that's a lot going down. But this is how, through different temples, the different places where people come together, many times one person can't handle this much energy. That's why you need a whole congregation, a whole throng of individuals to hold the fort down so the rest of the world is okay. We literally hold down the negative energies. We don't destroy them. We give them a fucking, we give them a home. Do they look like us? Do they sound like us? Do they look like they fit in? I don't give a shit. You got a fucking home, bro. And that's what we're actually, that's the next leg of our jaunt. That's the next leg of the journey. For those spiritual healers, for all of that, that's the next big uh, project that we all are working on together. Take care, Matthew. Yes. Oh, very welcome, George. Oh, George, give pick a number between 1 and 129. There was technically a third piece I wanted to bring out for you. Gotcha. Do I ever have problems unintentionally absorbing others' energy? um, I get this does not happen often. So when I say Titan, I literally mean like Titan, God, origin, celestial energy. I've intaken one, and I don't get headaches. I don't get headaches. It caused a fucking migraine throbbing. Like, I don't take medication. I don't fucking take Advil. I don't take Tylenol. I don't take shit. Fuck it. If it's not natural, I really don't want it. I like natural stuff. preferably. Um, and I was asking for anything to make my head stop hurting. It was hurting that much, and it was because, uh, well, it was a transference of Titan frequency, like God Titan, like fucking Titan energy. Yeah, that threw me off. So I could talk and whatnot through the day, but shoot, I couldn't focus on nothing. Um, that was the only time that happened. But it took me about 12 hours to integrate, and the next day I was good, and I was balancing the energy. I had another individual, 36. I'm turning into that. I had another individual. I'll share afterwards. Uh, ha, bro, George. Okay, okay. 36 in my book. Okay, this is my book. 36 co- correlates to Dezuth, and Dezuth is a word that I received, and it means life to life transfer. There's no death. There's no death. Death, for me, Dezuth, death doesn't occur because death is the construct in our minds that the conscious being exists, that consciousness goes away. But I believe that consciousness travels from one body to the next, and there's no state of actual death, not for the soul, not for the spirit. It simply moved bodies. Go to sleep in this one, wake up in that one. That freaking simple. So, what an interesting number you would draw, you would call forth, and it would have that meaning right on the bounds of what we've been talking about, and so forth, like resonating on. Um, just going back to, there was an individual talking about absorbing people's energies. So your question was unintentionally, and my previous answer, yes, correlates to the unintentional response. However, my next portion is was intentional. The next experience that I'm sharing was intentional. So I'm not going to say his name or anything like that, but I am going to share the experience. So essentially, there's this dude I had is my best friend for a good while. I'd consider it anyways, and I'd hope he'd think the same of me. But regardless, um, he had a spirit attached to him. This dude, this dude, this dude fucking went to temples and various places in the world to get this spirit off of him. He went to motherfucking gurus and masters and paid goofus of money to get this shit done, and nobody could pull this bitch off. He got a personal guru. Motherfucker couldn't pull the spirit off of him. Pros who know what they've been doing in the fucking mountains and temples and whoa, fucking monk shit, all sorts of fucking, oh my god, beyond, well, what one would think should be beyond any human, alright? And my best friend, he comes up to me and he tells me about the spirit. And he fucking knew the name of the spirit too. He got all the details on it. I didn't need the details, I just needed the name. I won't say that name unless I need to. Though I said, you don't want the spirit? He said, no, I'm trying to get rid of it. I said, okay, wait right there. I grabbed a few of my things, my shofar, my sound bowl, a couple of bells, whatever. I came around, this is his recollection as best as I could remember and express it. I went around him and went ding dong chicka ba da. I played his body like a motherfucking instrument. I didn't touch him. It was just sounds around his body, and literally within fucking seconds, within seconds, as soon as I'm done with the instruments and the sounds, he goes, "Are you okay?" Like that. "Are you okay?" Because he felt the spirit, he felt that bad spirit, the spirit that calls on him. I won't call the spirit bad. Oh, they are bad. That spirit was causing him problems. He couldn't handle that spirit's energy, not on a regular basis without distractions in life. And it transferred in that moment. And that's why he asked, "Are you okay?" Because he was actually concerned for my own well being. And I was like, "Yeah, I'll be all right. I mean, I'll integrate in 2 to 3 days. And if the spirit's not all groovy, I'll just send them right on." But they wound up integrating with me, and essentially they are, there's a small handful that literally chose my own vessel to resonate in more than an object or an altar. And uh and that's one of them, man. There's energies, people. This is the importance of having a higher frequency, of developing meditation and all of this sort, is because we can help more of our ancestors. What I'm talking about is like some fucking power. The couple of stories I shared, those were some really heavy swinging spiritual entities. But on the vast level of things, it's our ancestors who we can assist, and our ancestors very much need to help the living who are around us and our neighbors. And that's why that love is so important to cultivate that I continually work with. And seeing how life continues, seeing life without the word death present. Death for me, the physical body is dead. Yeah, sure, it doesn't grow anymore, it doesn't produce, it's in a state of decay or preservation, whatever state it's going into. But for me, death is a very, this cup hits a state of death when it fractures. Can it be resurrected? Sure, if you put all the pieces back together and, you know, but for me, the soul, the spirit, the consciousness is eternal. The consciousness does endure, and that connects me. That gives me hope. That gives me something to look forward to. And the results. I mean, you know what it's like when you seen someone else's face on someone else's body, and you couldn't explain it, but dang, they look like it. That's the second day I've noticed somebody make a Fraggle Rock comment about me, and I don't know if it's the same person, but that's a massive compliment. Saying I look like in the fucking set of Fraggle Rock is like, I win. In my book, that's like, I win, I won. That's what I was saying. I can walk onto the movie set to the. I'll just fit in. I'll just fit in right there with the rest of the characters. Just be me. It's quite interesting. This is something I would like to touch on for individuals because, you figure out the because. But for me, its value is worth mentioning. Now, there's somebody who made a comment, and I won't repeat their words because I don't care to repeat such words, but they made a very definitive comment about death a couple of times, as if they were a scientist and had data and knew of every frequency and spectral anomaly that ever existed, and they could explain every UFO case, every haunted story case, and they knew without a shadow of a doubt what happens at the moment of death. Such ignorance is, the folly of it is very obvious. If you've ever talked to a scientist, if you've ever talked to an investigator, we're using facts, we're using details, we're utilizing specifics, we're recording these things, and we're keeping a track of these events because they're going to tell us something about what everybody's hiding from us. Don't be quick to believe. Don't be quick to deny. But put everything in your pocket so that sometime, whenever you want to, you could look at all the little details. You could look at all those little items of the events that happened throughout that day from what was said from that person. And then you yourself can put together, and you yourself can be aware whether that person is full and haughty of themselves or whether they're genuine and know a thing or two and got some wisdom between their ears. Finding who to listen to, finding who to be a good friend. That's a challenge. Because without that solid friend, problems do follow in tow. But when you got that solid friend, ain't nothing gonna mess up you two, because you'll be like, yo, bro, I got a problem, bro. You'll come over, you both good. Sisters, friends, whatever the case, family, spiritually. It's amazing the power of a wish, the power of a prayer, the power of manifestation from the heart's energy to affect somebody's life for the positive. Thank you, Taylor Tom. So, Voted Trades was like, I'd love to watch this guy at a job interview. Okay. Well, number one, I'm going to fail. Because when I know that something's testing me or interviewing me, I'm just going to hit the fucking floor. I'm not hitting the floor running. I'm hitting the floor so they could be like, get him the fuck out of here. I don't want to pass tests. I don't want to win approval. I don't want somebody to be like, yeah, you're hired for the job. I want somebody to know who the fuck I am. And they say, shit, bro, you perfect right over here. I saw what you at. You fit right in here with us. Do you right there? That's where I'm going to succeed. That's where we're going to fucking change the goddamn world. Fuck somebody's interviewing process. My life is my fucking character. And this goes with me everywhere. If I am feeling good for the day, I don't give a shit what the demand is. I'm going home and taking care of my heart. If I'm feeling off, I don't give a fuck if there's $1 million deal on the table. I gotta take care of me. I don't give a fuck about that money. So I'm not gonna meet your requests and your demands, but I can be a free flowing creative individual, and we can work together. We could collaborate. You could tell me you got this great idea and you need my help in this specific because that's what I'm great at and you just need me to fit in what I do. Boom, let's do it. You need me to do exactly what you need for a bit because you building something specific? Sure, I can fit into that. I could do that. I could swing by. I got you. I can adapt. No worries. But you want me to put on your uniform? Nah, I'm good with all that. I failed that test. Just hitting the ground. I've learned a person. When I say man, I mean human. I don't mean a gender. But when man fails to see character and they only acknowledge talent, that tells me everything I need to know about that person. They fail at life. Every day they fail at life. At home they fail at life. At work they fail at life. In their personal pursuits they fail at life because they fail to see the heart and all they see is the fucking product. And I can't work, I can't live, I can't hang with somebody like that. I used to be like that. I'm not how I used to be like that. Gotta have this, gotta do that. Wanna go out there, wanna go out there, wanna da 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 da. I used to be like that. I ain't saying I've been like this my whole life, but at this point in my life, this is where I am. This is who I am. This is what I am. And I've been able to recognize some good character in other individuals, and for a good jaunt of my journey, like a lot of individuals, like a lot of you out there, we run into people and they do not even know what the character, what the meaning of character is. They don't. They have no clue. None. They think character. That's the player option they got. That's a character they're on controlling. That's the character on the TV screen. They don't think about culture, loss, remembrance, preservation, because they're young and they're enjoying life. And that's good that they are. My mother, she fought, I've said this before, but she did everything she could every single day of her life to ensure that I could be a kid in my mind, that I wouldn't have to wake up to the problems of the world. She kept my mind completely protected from the world up up through, I was 13 years old. And then things started setting in, and it took me 2 years to realize what was going down. Not that my mom was doing bad, but just my own situation and my feelings about my dad not being there and stuff. And and then by the time I was 15, holy crikey, I was not doing good. And that lasted all the way till I was 25. But we learn what we learn, and we get to where we get to. And that is our true indwelling intelligence, our true unconditioned state of our soul, of our being, because we can morph into anything. We transform. Somebody put up a comment. They said, maybe it was yesterday, maybe it was today, maybe it's on another video, but somebody made a comment and they said, look at this dude in his armor X amount of years ago compared to today. Or whatever the words were, and I was like, yeah, man, transformation, that's a thing. How do you get from there to here? I mean, I started out in modern society, and then I decided to go back to the 1400s, and then I went back further and further and further. Can you time travel? You darn well can. The more you engage history, the more that you learn about the minutiae, the details of things, the more that reality is populated There's people who live it. I've known individuals in their historical, I'm going to say the wrong word, darn it, but they're historical recreationists. Like, whatever century or time, colonialist or whatever year, 1400s, 1800s, they do all sorts of different time periods. And they have a community and they meet up wherever they meet up. And the only items they brought with them were what they used to have back in that day, from cooking to cleaning to clothes. All that stuff was, all the other modern stuff is left. All the modern is left. This is, and so, like, because we're living the old style, we're getting into that mentality. We're seeing what that culture was like of living within that time, and that allows us to legitimately time travel to the past. Because not only are we engaging our imagination, we're matching it with historical accuracy, and then the emotional connection starts really happening. And for myself in my own journeys and going further and further and further and further back, you go so far back, people make certain comments, oh, occult this, or oh, that, or this, that. And I find it interesting because it's just information about nature. It's what some people were working on and understanding, and it has connection and it had real results. And it still does all the way into our day to day, and that's the wonderful impact that we get to have with each other, and the experience I believe that we're truly having and creating in and being able to come together like we never have before. And we absolutely manifest our reality. We certainly do. Thank you, Dancy Steve. I appreciate that. He is correct. And for further explanation, I'm in my 40s. I want to forget how old I am until I don't mind remembering when I'm 50. So I'm trying to forget how old I am. So I just say I'm between 40 and 50. That's actually pretty good comment. Robot 666 House. Actually, I've got a good. I want to engage this one. This one's good. He said, "Huh? Intelligence? You say? I don't know. You may want to present yourself differently." So we got this guy here. It could be any card he wants to be. It could be the Ace of Spades if you want to be, right? Joker. Transformer. But what I want to bring out about this character, character will scare off all the bullies who are trying to waste your time. And do you want to wear somebody? Are you trying to win favor amongst men? Or are you honoring your roots, leading all the way up to the divine? Is it man's favor that we strive to have? And that is what's happened in our past. And that's why our world is in the condition that it is worldwide. I teach this lesson every day. Don't Don't judge a book by the cover. The biggest lesson I could share with anybody in the world. Because some of the most scariest, evilest looking stuff, it was that way because they've been done dirty by way too many people. So they don't look too pretty. Keep all the riffraff away. Only someone with real love is going to get close to someone that looks like me. You ain't gonna go fuck with a demon, but I'll walk right up to the motherfucker and give him a hug and say, what's up? I know there's a reason why you're dark, and I just want to give you some of my heart. Just might make you shine just a little bit. And judging things by their appearances has been one of our greatest downfalls in this world. The greatest atrocities have happened because of that. And we got to climb out that damn hole. Worldwide, we got to climb out that hole of seeing division like that. Thinking we know something about somebody by the way they look. I've spent some time with people. They look worse than me. And they got more smarts, more heart than I ever seen or heard of from anyone else. They look the way they look because they've been through it a time or two. It's a little something about character most people don't know about. My journey has been long, and I have enjoyed it. And that's how you can always be the anomaly. Break the pattern. Break the pattern. Break the norm. Put some diversity in the environment and let people expose who they are. Look, this goes back to my mom. You can know someone for 40 years, but you never knew them. I knew my mom for 23, 24 years of my life, maybe 20 years of my life. I knew my mom is mom. She's mom. Yeah, she has a name, but she's mom. Mom's mom. Mom does what mom does. Mom's mom. I don't know. Mom's mom. Mom. That's mom. But then we went through some things, and I learned who Rosemary is. The pain, the loss, the strife, the reality, who she is, who Rosemary is. Not just kids seeing mom, but who Rosemary actually is, to get to know who she actually was versus just mom. Don't get me wrong, loved my mom, helped listen to her and all that stuff, took in as much as I could, but there's a certain thing that something happened in life. It's traumatic. And we talked. I learned who she was. I learned who she was as a person. And that taught me the realest lesson that we all missing. We playing games out of all this. I want this. I'm unhappy because I got this. You didn't do this for me. All that bull crap, desirous fucking waste of time. Don't tell you about who somebody is. And if I'm gonna spend time with somebody, I better know who the fuck they are. And the only way I can get to know who someone is to be as real as I fucking can be every moment of my life. To bring the real for the real. You don't want to bring the real, then I'll go chat with myself or someone else. I'll take a good nap. Could always use a good nap. Ooh, the Hut 1121 mentioned, I saw you in my dreams. How do I temporarily enter the ethereal realm? Alright. I've had this happen before, many times. People do see me in their dreams. And the Hut was very correct. The dream state is the ethereal realm. Now, a human wants to control the spirit in the ethereal realm. Now, I'm not talking negatively or bad to you, but tonnage can be a little questionable here. It's just my connection to this subject. It's very interesting and cool subject. Okay. First of all, the human does not control the spirit. The human does not control the spirit. I will repeat a third time, which I never fucking do. The human does not control the spirit. That's the wrong way to go. First thing for us to work on is our heart. We need a heart that's innocent and pure from the start. Pure intention. Pure. Heart's got to be, heart is the core of everything. The heart is going to create the end product. We could design anything we want with our mind, but our heart is going to have the first and the final stamp on whatever fucking becomes manifested. Because if you fucking around in the ethereal realm, you're going to manifest some shit in the physical. Okay, so we start with our heart. Now that pulls us away from desire of him, her, want, anything like that. Because if it's our heart, then this is pure and innocent. We're not involved with getting him, her, Jim, Jam. I don't care who took stand. None of that matters to me because it's my heart. My heart's separate from other people's hearts. We may be connected, but this one is mine. This one belongs to me. This one is special. This one's mine. I recognize this one. Then, through the human state, through regular meditation, start small, get deep. Because the meditation is helping you go to the ethereal realm. And when you close your eyes and you're meditating and breathing and going through your rhythms, and you can look up mantras if you want a mantra or anything like that. As far as meditation goes, you can send me an email. There it is in the chat log, and I can give you some personalized information as far as a mantra, whatever the case goes for you. Though, as you continue working on your meditation, what that is helping you do is to realize when your spirit is there. So when you're sleeping, you're totally aware that your spirit is off in the ethereal playground realm. Let's just leave it like that. And the human heart, this heart right here, that's what's at that's the compass of the spirit. That compass guides the spirit in everything it does, in healing and helping and seeking and doing, and whatever the soul is doing in the ethereal realm. That the heart is the compass to it. There, the meditation connects you with your own channel, with your antenna, so that you're properly plugged in per se. And then dream traveling is not something you're consciously doing. it doesn't equal your meditation. This is your spirit at free will to do what it's going to do in its own dimension, because that's where it lives. That's what it's familiar with, not human. It lives inside of us, but it has its whole world over there. So our heart is their compass. That's what we line up. We get a positive plug in, and then it just happens on its own. I don't have memories of being in anybody's dreams. I don't consciously go into anybody's dreams. I'm not doing anything like that. But I've literally had somebody pull over while I was walking, and they said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to the church down the way." They said, "Jump in, I'll give you a ride." I jumped in the front seat. She had her three little daughters in the back. Like, one was a baby, two little kiddos. Like, and she's the only lady. And she, looking the way I do, picks me up and gives me a ride to church. Total freaking stranger. First things out of her mouth, she says, "Who are you?" I started saying, "Well, I'm da 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 da." She said, "No, who are you? You were in my dreams last night." I said, "Oh, well, I'm a healer. Yeah, I'm a shaman, and I'm just going to, if I would," and I, right away, instantly in my mind, I told her, in my heart, I said, if I was, I'm looking for people to help heal. I'm looking for people that I can assist and do some good for, and that would have been the reason why I was there. I, I've got no other interest for anybody, because if my daughters and my mom was alive, I'd have my wife, and I'd be protecting and healing them from whatever they went through in the world. Other than that, I'm pretty fried and cooked. I don't got much ambition otherwise. And anyways, we had a good, nice chat, and she dropped me off and went her own way. And so it's yeah, that dream travel, that ethereal astral traveling of that sort. There are people, and they have very specific techniques. They have very specific agendas. They have a body, like a temple or a building or a secret organization that helps them with resources, and they can teach you how to walk in that realm and consciously control the spirit. But that's erroneous. It's horrible to do. It's not what you want to be doing. Gabby, um, culture I grew up in, Hispanic, American, um, down south, Texas, big ass state, and a little bit of everybody, a little bit of all the cultures, really. Um, you have the German aspects, little German towns over there, um, Hispanic, you know, uh, Latin American, all those kind of different sorts. But it was really when I left religion after my mom had passed on, I left religion and I really started opening my viewpoint to learning about other cultures, learning about other religions, learning, getting in, being a brother, being, fulfilling and being part of the fam. But I'm not in it for life. I'm not a, I'm not exactly just sampling it. I want the full experience. I want the full on experience. And then I can move on to the next, and start to learn how they approach life. I have a word in my language in my book, and it's available. If you want a copy of it, I can send you a free PDF copy. You can shoot me an email. It's got a divine love language in there, and I mentioned this word yesterday. Um, and I've got a GoFundMe. If you, it's on my main page. on my YouTube page as a GoFundMe link if you want to donate or whatever for that. But you don't have to. I'm happy to give those copies for free. But the word is Desmalo, and Desmalo means to be completely clean. And what I'm getting with that is that if I've got a dirty window that has like dirt on it, okay, I got to do some scrubbing. So I'm going to need to do multiple applications of cleansing. I need to use hot water. I need to use something a bit abrasive, but not too abrasive. And then after that, I need to use something a little softer, and on and on and on. And if I use three different cleaning methods, three different phases of cleaning, those windows are going to look perfect, just like they never been dirty a day before. But if I only did the first hard scrub, well, I'm going to leave things and marks behind that one didn't take care of. And what I'm getting at is into the construct of I have found solutions to everyday problems in various cultures and communities and even religions and different groupings. So I go in and I experience the life. Legit. The way that I'm dressed, I walked into a Hindu temple. I have people come up to me. This is real. This is no BS. I walk into a Hindu temple in America, just naturally the way I am. And this couple comes up to me and they said, "It's so nice to see you." I've never seen them a day in my life. They proceeded to tell Indian from India. They proceeded to tell me, they said, "There are people in our country and they look like you, and they're all around. We see them every day. They're always around, and you look like them. You make us feel like we're at home in our country." Because when they go to temples, they would see people like me there. They would see people like me around. They would see the shaman, the individual that's on this journey, on the spiritual journey. They're not just welcome, they are part of society everywhere. Everybody knows. You see somebody like me, they'd be like, "Yep, we know. It's nobody scary. We get what he's going through. Yeah, uh-huh. He does his own thing. He don't bother nobody. No biggie." But over here, it was a biggie. It was cool. It was awesome. And it wasn't something I was trying. I went home and I had to learn and look up this. They have certain names and so forth for their path and their journey and what they're doing, and I looked it up and I was like, holy crikey, I'm going through the same stuff. The same stuff they're doing over there. I'm doing it on the American version. That's all. I mean, I say American version because it's a tribal thing. It looks the same no matter where you go. Really, that's why they said is we see people like you in India. This tribal man, it don't know no. It really it don't look different. It starts looking the same in its own diversity, of it, in its own color, in its own light, in its own uniqueness. You become recognized for your character of who you are, your character of who you see yourself to be. Not just somebody pretending for a stage, but the real indwelling intelligence of who you are genuinely. Forsaken King. I do have a GoFundMe. It is on the main page. Um, no, it's not going to work. Yeah, it's on my main page. On the YouTube page, there is a link to the GoFundMe. Um, I do have a Cash App. but you can email me there. Oh, Vegas 706. That should be expected. Here's actually a good one I'd like to share. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good one. So I started making these leather pleated skirts, which were I should get one out. I've got one. Sorry for the sound. Um, but anyways, I used to make these leather pleated skirts, and I took it to the Renaissance Festival on a Sunday. I'd finally finished it, and I knew this dude who owned a leather shop, and I finally finished a skirt on a Sunday, 2 hours after it started, and I took the skirt to him, and that mug sold for 400 plus bucks. Literally, freaking flew off the rack. Unique specimen of its own accord, fucking handmade, like pristine goodness, like fucking. I've got a craft. Anyways, I was able to talk with this individual who owned the place, and we were friends. We were brothers. I don't know, however you want to call it or see it. He was very very kind to me, and we got along quite decently. And so in all of that, I we got onto the topic about asking about people who make copies. They imitate the work, they imitate the product, and a knockoff. And essentially, I liked his perspective, and he was like, "We've had people do that to us. They knock off our products all the time, but." And there's people and they chase the litigation, they chase the lawyer and they sue and all this other get upset and all those problems. But he was like, that's to be expected. That's gonna happen. Just keep doing your thing. That's why we make different products. They started making old products that we made. We'll make something new that nobody else has made before. Like, just kept growing and kept developing. And so he really taught me the kind of fundamentals that gave me my own perspective. And those kind of things, in any way or degree, in my scope, is a massive compliment, um, and is definitely a recognition of success in one form or another. Um, Again, like the point, the degree that I'm bringing out here is nothing is truly an enemy. Nothing is truly uh, in a distraction that is permanently in your way. Like, it doesn't happen. Everything you can formulate to be on your side. You can transform that energy to work with you rather than against you. That's that's where the work, the personal work, a lot of people haven't heard of shadow work. That's where all that stuff comes in. Now, um, Forsaken and Intriguing Accumulation. Perfect combination of comments. It's going great. How the comments were intriguing. Accumulation said, "How's the rent money coming along?" And Forsaken King said, "Okay, sounds great. Going to see if I can help you out this next paycheck." We had a major blessing yesterday, and essentially the next 2 months. Now, if I bought food, well, then that wouldn't make a full 3 months. But regardless, the next 3 months is pretty much covered. So that's really, really a major blessing. As far as that goes, major, as rent was due tomorrow, the money's there to pay rent. Donation was made. Like, we can keep broadcasting, so we will continue to be live every single day. uh, um, and I was, yeah. So that was definitely, and um, that was amazing. That was amazing. Anyways, many thank yous, because for even for those who couldn't contribute or help, like, but that cared. I know I've been in that kind of position before many times. I never cared to like send money or donate to things or whatever organizations or whatever. It's just, I mean, I haven't had the money to do it in the first place. And yeah, I've always, and anyways, and I have given. Yeah, I've been part of groups and given money, and more than fucking money. I've given my life, my soul to work every day to help them out. But for all those who couldn't monetarily contribute, your goodwill, your heart energy went out and created a miracle. It created a miracle. I mean, it's a collective thing. That's how we're gonna move forward in this entire world, or not. Just like it says in a good old book, a divided house cannot stand. Therefore, my own putting in, my own addition after that was left. Therefore, a united house, holy crikey, it ain't gonna just stand. The motherfucker's gonna walk and maybe run one day. Yeah, yeah. Uh, Devin Padua. Ha 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 ha. This is me 24/7. I might go without this particular headpiece. Um, but this is me, brah. And technically, like this one, I just put this together, and I really like the way this looks. It's been a work in progress over many years, actually, to get to this point. But generally, I have my other necklaces here that I have on too that I go out with. I totally left them off this morning because I was just going with more of the Egyptian kind of a feel. But I mean, this is how I usually go out. Might put a vest on or something. But I don't feel like wearing these today. Oh, I got a piece. Thank you for Forsaken Kings. Correct on that. Thanks, Rowan. Uh, um, yeah, 40 to 50 is correct. This is what I do for my life. Let's share that. People consistently wondering, what I do for my life, how I make money, how I continue living. Um, I've lived. I had a mother. She passed away. I was married and had two daughters. Uh, my wife didn't want to have anything to do with me, so years later, all my daughters were with her, and she was remarried, and I was practically homeless. My daughters passed away in a car accident. Um, Used to do all that 9 to 5 stuff, roofing manager, Cadillac, CTS, 2006 paid off, townhome, all that stuff. And then all I wanted to do was to connect and remember my mother and her life and everything she taught me. Because my mother was an excellent mother. She did a fucking phenomenal job. Nobody could survive my mother. My brother couldn't survive her. My dad couldn't survive her. No religion, no elder, no fucking nobody could survive my mother. My mother, you put them up against my mother, I don't care, but fuck. Delta Airlines, she went in, she fucking took their tests, went through everything, and like, freaking, it's a long, lengthy process to get a fucking job as a flight stewardess, okay? It's not an easy job process. And at the end of it, they told my mom, "You got the job." And my mom goes, "I don't want it." I said, "What the hell? The fuck you go through the whole interview process for?" My mom said, "I just want to see if I still got it." They said, "Do you know anybody else who's as good as you?" She said, "My brother John." They hired him. My mom take down giants, and she didn't need nothing. She didn't need nothing or no one else. And she passed away at the sad, young, way too age of 56. And my whole life, I paid attention to everything she did. I paid attention to who Rosemary was, what she did, how she did it, everything. So when she passed away, I pulled all that memory back. And when my daughters passed away, I put all that memory back. And then I said, this is going to be the new me because I'm still a father. My mother may be gone, but I'm still a son. I still got to learn from people. And I'm also a father. I got much to teach and share for all I've survived through and still got a positive heart, not wishing a lick of ill on not one single person. This is my life and I live it every day. You couldn't pay me to live my life. But I certainly appreciate some donations and help me continue on my way to keep doing what I'm doing because one way, through a friend or a stranger or some spontaneous miraculous event that's happened in my life for the past since 2012, mid 2000, June 2012, somehow, without me going and being a employee as a 9 to 5 gig anywhere, I'm still kicking. I'm still doing well. Still got a mind about myself. Wrote and published a book. Got this fine channel going on. I'm gonna help this world in one way or another every single day I got. And I learned that money is a massive distraction to the meaning of life. For life cannot be purchased. Life can only truly be experienced. And thus I become present in the moment that whoever watches, comes by, sees me walking down the street or anything in between, that you know there's something else out there in this world. There is something more than the 1, 2, 3 they feeding you every day of your life. That's all. Just all. I don't care for nobody to follow me. I appreciate community. I appreciate that positive revelry, camaraderie, but all that other junk. People just be trying to add another trophy on their fucking shelf. That's not life. Life ain't about trophies. Life is about memories. I don't care if I lost. I don't care if I won. How do we feel that whole day? At the end of the day, did we have a good time? All of us. Did we both have a good time? Yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm glad I was part of it. I don't care if I lost. I don't care if I won. I don't care if it was a stalemate. I'm glad we were there. And I'm glad I got that experience in my fucking pocketbook, in my wallet. Because I might need to pull that memory out on a bad day. Because just one thing that's going to happen is bad days going to come up, ain't it? Always going to come up sometime. And we need that good memory to pull out and be like, man, that was good. And I'll pull us right out the bottom. Learning how to be one's own savior, learning how to make contact with the divine almighty up above, and I should say, by going through one's heart, making that contact with the above, being confident in oneself, being able to walk that walk. Man, there's somebody out there, you know the whole verse, and you'd be like, that's verse, chapter, blah, 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 blah. But into the valley of the shadow of death, blah, 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 whatever it says. Valley of shadow and death. Yeah, that's humanity I'm looking at. A bunch of shadow, because they hiding from everything they don't want to know. That's what they running from. Gotta get on the get-go. And they all dead, because they ain't really living. They just buying. Here's $5.99. Thank you for my product. Bye. That's not fucking living. That's a fucking assembly line. That's what I see. Where's your money? Kira, 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 Sheer Gold, 4467. The algorithm keeps bringing me to this live for the past couple of weeks. Collaboration, gifts, and good advice. It may indicate a fortunate partnership, a lucky couple, or the doubt between two options. Be altruistic and listen to your heart. Collaboration. I focus on collaboration. Seems to happen. Your comment that you made seems to be pretty accurate on regular reoccurrences that I wind up hearing and having from other people. The collective consciousness is connected. The collective conscious brain has been like plugged into the body. And people don't see that this has happened. Though I tell you, it has. And this is why I've been showing up in people's dreams, and this is why certain anomalies wind up occurring around me because of exact, because of exactly the reality of that fact. But collaboration is occurring at an exponential rate that most of us are not familiar with. We need the phone and the tablet and the devices and so forth so that we can be like, yeah, it happened. Like, I need the cards for confirmation. But when I just walk without the cards, then I'm literally walking. If I have to wait for confirmation, then that's a pause, that's a step. But if I can trust my intuition and flow in that moment and know that the experiences that I'm going through are really drawing me to my future of where I'm headed, now the body can actually start moving and walking. The divine presence on this world can actually start having a fundamental play in the harmony of human life. This is the age that we're walking in. People talk about the fifth dimension, but living and walking in the fifth dimension, it doesn't look much different from where we are physically, but the way that we're connected, the way that we just trust, the way that things wind up working out. Every day, I typically urging individuals to go into their meditation and attain and go back into that state of peace, because that peace, it copies over that energy, that frequency overtakes the chaos and the worry. Like my own mother and so many other people, even ourselves today, people worry, 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 worry. Well, that worry is creating chaotic frequencies, and that chaotic frequency goes into the collective conscious, jazzes the brain, and the body's like, ah! And that's what we've been dealing with on Earth. So a little bit more fluidity, a little less Paul, all that kind of good stuff. That's where we're going to start to see how we can actually take care of the world. We can actually build stuff unitedly, worldwide, unitedly, things that we could have never imagined. Because everybody is also, I got my thing over here, and I got my thing over here. And unless you in the secret group, you don't know nothing. And if you can't pay $3 million, you don't get in the club kind of thing. That bullcrap. Now, this one is great. Second Amendment, first 31. I hope you're still here. This is going back to the money thing that I was talking about. Now, see, there's so many aspects to my life. That's why I don't engage in like arguments. This one is great. Second Amendment, first 31 said, I work 56 to 60 hours a week for the last 12 years to support my mom because my brothers are narcissistic grifters. Nobody ever gave me shit. When I was 15 years old, before the legal working limit, it was technically, it could be 15, I got in trouble. I literally, my first write-up at my job was for working too much. Literal write-up, working too much. I got in trouble for working too much. For real, because I was 15, and the amount of hours I was working, they could have had problems with the law and fines and shit like that. So, from the age of 15 till my mom's passing. I worked my tush off every single day of my life because I knew how much debt my mom was within. I understood how nobody helped her out. They used her, they took from her, and they went on from her. And so at the age of 15, I literally dropped out of school. I did get my GED um, in the long run, though I dropped out of school in the 10th grade and I started working 40 plus hour shifts. And it got to a certain point, my mom had certain things in the pawn shop and whatnot. I literally would go in. I worked at McDonald's. I'd go into McDonald's and I usually they stick me in the hole, the back drive-through, and you're taking orders and doing the money thing, and otherwise nobody's really talking to you or coming to you or whatever. You're just in the hole, and so I would literally before the sun came up, I'd be in the hole, and when after the sun went down, however many hours went by, that's when I went home every day. I went home and I had enough time to either eat, sleep, or play games. And I could choose two of three activities. I didn't have enough time for three. I could do two. And that's what I did every single day. And I literally making $5.15 an hour in 2 weeks' time. I brought in $1,000 take home. That's after taxes are withdrawn. So if you work, you fucking know, especially at $5.15 an hour. I busted my ass. But I got my mom completely out of debt. I got all her stuff out of the pawn shop, and I made it to where she didn't need to worry about a goddamn thing in her life. And I got so damn well off, like doing what I did, that my mom, I said, Mom, stop working. You take fucking work off. Quit your job. Quit it. What? I'll take care of it. I can handle it. I got the bills. Quit your job. I did that. Yeah. So I commend you and anybody else doing that. That's very important part of the that's part of the journey. It's part of the journey. It's part of the shamanic journey. A lot of the stuff that I talk about is very advanced. I don't talk about the APCs or really the beginnings too much, but that's a core legwork right there. That's a reality of doing. That's a sacrifice you're doing, and the divines, your ancestors, they all see what you're doing. You don't worry about that shit ass brother you got. Whoever else don't fucking help you out. Your ancestors and the divines, they watching you every second of your life, and they see the good heart you got. They understand the injustice you're dealing with, and if they could show you a receipt for all those injustices deeds, they they haven't called karma yet because there's some interest that's accruing for all the time that's lapsing for each motherfucker in every line item. They just letting it just accumulate. And one day, your spirit team, them divines, your ancestors, they're going to take that to karma and they're going to be like, would you like to collect on this? Because we're certainly ready to turn this one in. And karma's going to be like, ooh, Murphy, let's go to work. And then you're going to get your payout. That payout don't come out like what people think it should be. But I'll tell you, reality is that your heart and what you truly desire for balance will be fulfilled. And that's enough. That's enough for peace. And peace is the reward. This is true. I learned it at the beginning and I found it at the end of the journey as well. Peace is the reward of your seeking. You want to be a shaman, you want to be a healer, you want to use magic, you want to do all of this. If you succeed and you get to the top of the top and you become the master of your craft, peace is your reward. Peace. A state of stability, whether you're happy or sad or angry or anything. Peace is your reward, and that's what allows you to survive anything, because when you're in a state of peace, you can think and calculate wonderful. But when people are all fucked off inside with some crazy emotion and they're not at peace, they can't think clearly, and that's why you win over and over and over when you get there. It takes time to grow up. It takes time to go through all those stages and phases. everything's a lesson. Everything's a lesson. Everything has balancing point. And there are many degrees and many sights and realities to any one thing. It is Jacob's ladder. And on Jacob's ladder, on the ability for the mind to ascend, you're going to walk beyond things that are below you. So then you're talking about this up here, which sounds and is massively connected to this shit down here. But up here, there's certain things you just don't think about or worry about too much. When you need to, fine, we'll bring that into the awareness and make some manifestation happen. Otherwise, fuck off, I'm not thinking about that. Because people down here, they seen something else, so they focus on what's at their level. And what they see up above, well, it's not a clear view. And what they see well back behind them, well, they got a personal idea about that. One idea. You got to read many books if you want to see the view of anything. Give me a kaleidoscope and I can measure something a whole lot better. Because I can then see every single angle where it's at. You know what, Evie? There you go. Boom. There you go, bro. I like the comment you left on there. All right. So for those seeking to understand, I'm going to take you back to the 1400s for a moment. We're going to jump back right to the spiritual looking stuff, all right? So back to the 1400s, knights, armor, jousting, swords, that kind of thing. Heavy cavalry, all right? You think that it means horses and armor, and heavy cavalry historically, academically, had nothing to do with horses or armor. Nothing. Heavy cavalry literally translates directly into shock tactics. Shock that front line, break their wall, enter in, and destroy from within. Because once you in, the commanders can't order their what they want the soldiers to do. So there's a complete breakdown in communication. Their army can't act. You can now attack it from within, from without. You fucking decimate. You win. Shock tactics. All right. Let's come all the way up into modern day emotional motherfucking bullshit warfare. You deal with it every day. You could call it a problem or a thorn in your side. I call it warfare. If a motherfucker ain't coming at me with peace, they attacking my energy. So a bully, they understand that they are only physically stronger than something else. That's why they can be a bully. But when they don't understand something, they fucking run from it. Like a little bitch seeing a spider and going, ah, I'm fucking running, okay? Because they don't understand them bullies are little bitches. So when I dress differently, when I embrace my cultural reality of my ancestors throughout all of this world without division, without religion causing me to be divided and against myself, when I stand whole and solid as I do and I look and I am naturally, that bully don't understand. They will never understand. I could tell you, I wrote a book and it's published. Go to Amazon.com. You can buy yourself a copy. I'll send you a free PDF copy. My email is setra@yahoo.com. You'll still not be able to understand me. In the end, you still will be lacking in understanding me. Why? Because I'm going to utilize shock tactics to fuck off the bully. Now, if they're not a bully, I guess I should explain that a little bit more. You see, when they look at me, they got 15 different thoughts hitting them just like you. And in that moment, they ain't going to come attack me because their mind's somewhere else. Their mental faculty has been shocked. I shocked their brain. Their very thoughts have been shocked. So they have no fucking clue what they're looking at. Good. They're going to move on to Timid Timmy and fuck off him, not me. Screw that shit. But when I find little Timmy, I'm going to go help him out too. And that bully going to stay away from him too. Because that bully don't want to have shit to do with me. Because I'm going to haunt him in his fucking dreams. I've done it. I don't like bullies. I hate bullies. Hate them. They're evil people. They're bad individuals in this world. And I wish our world had not a lick of one of them in it. So for every single one I can scare the fuck off or take out, all I need is a name, and I just prayed up above, and mom and dad be like, oh, let us look at that one and see how they're living. Oh, they haven't been doing good things. Karma Murphy, we got someone for you to, you need to take care of. Thanks. That's how that works. And people up to no good truly know that the spirit world is very real because it haunted them before when they done wrong before. Bullies up to no good. If you want to understand the reason why I look the way I look, that's as best and plain as I can put it for you in a nice little thing without a bow on it. Though individuals certainly exist in this world, and you've experienced the folly, but that's what I learned how to do. That's what the divines taught me how to do. That's why history is important, because you learn from way more than just one standard. See, somebody would take that construct, they're going to run off, and that's how they're going to live the rest of their life with that nutshell of information. Just right there. But that's when, like, getting around to the world and seeing other people's faiths and how they help people in their community that are not doing well. So let's take the word bully out on that shamanic path. Let's take the word bully out. And now all these years later, I see a child that needs some healing. Not a child in a negative way, not disrespecting that person, but as I would see a spirit as a child. I see a young one and they need some attention, they need some awareness, they need some to love being given. The first thing is, let's make sure nobody's swinging. And then we can talk in that room. Then we can really get to the heart of the matter. Then that person who wasn't doing so good, now they're doing good. Because truly we can't create a new beginning with the same old type of endings that we've been rotting within human life. But like myself and like the divines, they are very tired of an innocent heart being trampled on. And so for as much as I can, that's why I do what I do every day of my life. Because I know there's people out there that were like I was 15, 20 years ago. I know people out there that are stuck in the situations I used to be stuck in. But I am a living proof you can survive. You can transform. You can see the world differently than the little place that you're in. And when you see all the more, you'll be able to become all the more. You'll be able to manifest your dreams, not because you have money, not because you know a bunch of people that are going to do things for you that you manipulated into that position, but because of the good deeds that you've been working with every single day of your life. By not dividing, by seeing how love complements, my life is a complement to life. And that there are cycles to nature, so there's cycles to our lives. We can't just expect to be all happy and giddy every single day of our life. That's unreasonable. That's not a cycle, that's permanency. One thing I've noticed in nature is things come and they go. They're alive and breathing, and then one day the body's decaying. Change happens. Cycles are a part of that change. Cycles. The planet is a bit, semi-permanent. But the elements that happen on that planet, well, they are certainly shifting and have them cycles. And even the planet itself has its own cycles. We have our own cycles. And to be able to be aware of those things, certainly we can look at our own past. I can look at my own past and I can see when I would have been viewed as a bully. I remember that moment when I said, screw that, I'm going to be that person. I went through so many different shifts and changes, mentality and aspects. Not multiple personality. No, I want to see what this life is like. I learned about this kind of person and they live life like this. So I'm trying it out. Like I would try some new clothes on. I'm trying it out. Doesn't mean I'm going to be it forever. I'm going to give it a go. Maybe it's for me and maybe it's not. And that's what love will get you, is to bring in diversity, which gives you options, which allows you to create your unique character from which you can pull from any angle or any aspect. You could go from Jesus to Buddha to Krishna to Thor and come back as Hiru, Horus, the Egyptian, whatever. You do whatever you want. You can be whoever you want. You'll be anybody. Somebody asked the other day, could I be Superman? Yeah, you can be. You can be a Superman. Think about it. Men that are normal versus men that are super. We're not just talking about man as in gender, but human. Superhuman. If you ask me, a healer is superhuman. When I see straight up plain old human, they're not interested in helping anybody. They just give me mine. I crave it right now. That's what I like. That's the flavor of the moment. You want to be superhuman? You're probably a healer. They're probably helping people. People don't see them as superhuman, but their abilities of consideration, their abilities of being where they need to be to help the people they can help happens. And just because maybe you're not officially a nurse or got some degree or something like that, you go visit people, you spend time with them, you know that they've been downtrodden in some form or some way, so you spend your time with them, you help them build something or do something. Oh, thanks for the few bucks. But in your heart, you weren't there for that money. That money was, sure, that was nice, cool, thanks. I'm definitely going to need it and use it, but that's not why I came. That's not ultimately like I was happy to do what I did to help that person. That's a superhero right there. And you want to wear a cape, wear a cape. Shoot, I got a bunch of sashes I wear off on me. Look, I got my own little Superman cape in the back that I wear on my skirt. See? Boom. Like, the only dress code you got in life is either your 9 to 5 or your own limitations because you're concerned about what other people think of you. I've learned as long as you respect people, they will let you be who you are. If you respect others, you could be anybody you want to be. The problem is when people lose the respect and they think because they're dressed some way or because they got something that they Mr. Special or Mrs. Special. No, we all the same. We all walking on the same level ground here, okay? Respect is huge. It's huge. I've walked on some sides of town where you shouldn't be walking, especially dressed the way I dress. But somehow I made friends on that street, in that neighborhood. Complete strangers invite me up to chat with them. I remember they called me over. Dude calls me over and says, "Hey." I went over, chat with him. He had his lady friend or wife or whatever the case, and also had his kiddos there, whatever. I don't know if they were his or what. I don't know the situation. And we got to talking and stuff, and he was showing himself to be a very very kind individual, considerate, and we were talking. He knew it was a rough neighborhood and stuff, and he said, "You know how to fight?" I said, "If I get in a fight, I'm going for your nuts or your throat." And his kid started to laugh at me. He told his kid to be quiet, and he said, "Would you repeat that for them?" And I could intend he was meaning further explanation. If I get into a fight, I don't want to fight. I don't want to fuck with you. So if I get into a fight, if I'm forced into a fight, I'm gonna fucking go after your fucking nuts or your fucking throat. My hands and my teeth are gonna get to one of them. What few I got, they're gonna go in motherfucking deep. Much more pressure on a lot less space. I'm gonna go after nuts or throat because I'm gonna end that motherfucking thing. I don't wanna fight. Leave me alone. Get away from me. So I'm gonna pound on the most fucking sensitive spots you got on your body. Whoever you are, you got a fucking throat. And if you a chick, you got tits. Them shit hurts. Just saying. I don't wanna fight. I don't wanna fight. If somebody's coming at me to fight, I don't wanna fight. I'm ending that shit. That dude, he looked at his kid, fucking gave him the nod. Fucking knew. energy, when people fight, they're just throwing their energy at you, and you can really dance around it. Seriously, any any professional fighter knows that it's just dancing. You're dancing around the other person. That's all that's happening. It's a dance. And anybody who truly understands energy knows that if somebody is directing their energy at you and you don't want to engage it, then it just simply does not hit you. It just won't land. That's why you can see the fastest moving per people, and yet like there's that dude who can be like moving all slow and he can miss them. The spirit, the frequency was my brother, and my brother was shoving his arm. So what happened? I knew my brother shoving his energetical arm, so I'm just gonna go like this in the proper timing. Like I wasn't avoiding your arm. I was a part of you, and I was moving with you. So you had to try, and I just fucking avoided all your energy that you were throwing at me. So it just that's what winds up happening in those situations. So a real fight, I mean, is knights history. We're talking about knights earlier, and understand this translates into the emotional, the metaphysical aspect of what we deal with in these days. Though a fight in medieval Europe, armor, knights, and swords and all that. In the movies, we see boom, 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 this whole fucking sword dance battle going on, lasting for fucking 5 minutes, bro. If we on the battlefield in 14th century motherfucking Europe and we're going toe to toe, I need to put your ass on the ground as fast as I can and move to the next motherfucker because I do not have time. I do not have the energy to fuck with you for 5 minutes. Somebody's gonna come up to the back of my head and put a fucking dagger in between my helmet and my fucking armor below, and I'm gonna be dead. I don't have time to do all that dilly dally. I need to put your ass down and move on. People play when they swing on each other because they're trying to release energy that they have pent up. They don't know how to release the energy and transmute it themselves. And that's what I found so important on this journey is that ability to transmute that energy oneself and not have to use it in a negative, explosive way to where it blows up, but in a way that we are capable to reformulate that energy, to be able to take that chaos, to nurture it, to turn it into something that is smooth and orderly, and then to be able to serve that comfortably and to somebody that's going to benefit from that energy. Michael Polly, are you talking about a team? I've been looking for some similar realities. Here's my email, so shoot me some details or whatever. I look forward to chat and hear from you if you're serious about that. How to transmute energy. Oh, thank you, Rowan. I think he's gone already, but thank you, Rowan. Um, how to transmute energy. Okay. In order for my explanation to hit home, I've got to give you a metaphor, analogy, whatever. Okay. Now, energy in this metaphor, in this analogy, whatever. Energy is going to be emotions. All right? That's what it is. It's emotional. It's emotion. That's what we're dealing with. If we just say energy, we kind of don't know what the fuck we're talking about. But if we say emotions, oh, we know what the fuck we're talking about. So the emotions are like a water filtration system. Specifically, this one, which is different because it's got 7 different filtration processes and it has mineral stones at the bottom. Anyways, so first we receive the emotion of another, which is, let's just ball it up with chaos. Whatever bad word, verbiage you got going on the minutia, we can wrap that up in chaos. Okay, so we receive chaotic emotions from some experience. And now, how do we transmute that? First, we need to take those emotions and we need to filter it. We need to put those emotions through a filter. And that filter is directly our heart and our mind. We're going to turn that energy into love. Because number one, we don't want to hurt anybody. We don't want to hurt anybody. That is a failure of our purpose at life. So that means we lose. We don't want to do that. So we got this chaotic energy. Now, people call it the 7 stages of grief. Legit. You gotta get angry. You gotta gotta let it out. You gotta be sad. You gotta cry it out. I'm not saying the correct orders or whatever. I always get it out of order because I got my own cycles. And then after you've done enough crying, now you're just like, oh, fuck yeah, I'm going to eat this out. Fuck. Get a burger, pizza, whatever you got. I'll munch this one out. And then you so relaxed and tired from all of that shit, you start laughing. You find something funny. You start laughing at it. You literally take this ball of chaos and you force it through your process of expression that doesn't hurt anybody. And once you've done this, that energy is yours. It belongs to you. And it's been filtered and it's been remineralized with your essence. And now you're aware that this energy exists, but it's not something you're going to keep forever. So then we're literally just holding on to this energy, waiting for a good deed, somebody who needs a lot of help. So what I personally do, somebody's building a house, somebody's fixing a car, somebody needs to cut down a tree, what, some hard physical labor. Me, I'm talking about me, not you. Whatever you find to do, you do. So I'll go do that. I don't care what I'm getting paid or whatever. I'm going to take all that physical aggression, because it never went away. It's still there. I just acknowledged it's there. But the energy was love. It's positive love. It's not bad aggression. It's just, I got physical activity I got to get out of me. So then, in my activity of working for somebody else, I'm moving motherfucking mountains. And everybody on that job site's look at me like, I want this motherfucker to work for all of it. Like, this dude's putting us to shame. Like, holy shit. They're amazed at the amount of work that I'm doing. Because I got the motherfucking energy I need to get out of me and I'm doing it healthfully. I'm not destroying anything, I'm building. Just literally transmuted the emotion into positive, loving energy, and I did something with it. Take that, world. Fuck off, evil, bad shit. I love you from a distance. I don't care. But give me bad, I'm just going to pop out good. Call me refinery, factory, or whatever kind of industry, but I don't give a shit what you give me. My deeds are going to be good. That much I chose. Okay, Takira Sheargold 4467. Maybe this collaboration could create a business for you that could make some bukus money. This is exactly what I could be wrong, but this is what I think you need. They said, I yell too much, and there's way more than just that one that's like that. I know that. We need. I got this business idea. Just hear me out. You take it and run with it, whatever. I don't care. I'm not likely to do it, but I think there should be these places, and it's like any old business that you go up to, and they have like different rooms, like bedrooms or living room or whatever, and like when you walk into the place initially, it's got like the receptionist, whoever's there, and then behind there's like lamps and TVs and all sorts of knickknacks, unbroken, on the shelf, super cheap, super cheap. So you go in and you're like, boom, I want the TV, I want the baseball bat, I want those glasses over there, I want those vases right there. And so then the person's like, boom, they go in, they get the room all set up, and then the person can go in with their baseball bat and then just like fucking destroy shit and like scream, but the whole place is like soundproofed. So, because people need to fucking let their rage out, be like, fuck! You just need to let it out, and then you're like, I feel better. But you're not able to get the fucking peak max of your voice out. So then it's like you're always yelling, kind of like the smoker, or like I should say the drug addict, always chasing the high because they're chasing that original high that they first had and they never can get, and they're always just fucking chasing it, and their life is complete trash. Anyways, but it would be like a business, so people could like let out their fucking anger and how much they want to scream in a safe environment. And thank you for your $20. Have a great fucking time. See you on the flip side. you know. Person walks out, they're like, I feel so much better. Thank you. Like it's in our society around the world, we are restrained. We're restrained from being as loud as we would like to be, not wrongly loud, but just properly expressing ourselves as we need to. And we feel as if we dress differently or if we speak too loud or do something out of cue, we're gonna be fucking locked up for the rest of our life. Like, that's and I learned through my own experiences and what I've been through and survived through and walked out of and been rejected from and all that shit and accepted it, all of it. None of that scares me no more. I already walked down them dark halls and all that stuff. Shoot. I'm looking for a good friend so we can paint some rainbows in the sky. But certainly we've found more than just one good friend. That's a fact. Yeah, yeah. It is a business. Break rooms. They exist, yes. But okay, so like they exist and stuff, right? They're saying they exist. But I'm talking about like this thing needs to be franchised. Like fucking McDonald's, like it's got a big ass name, fucking people know the fucking look of it. You could always find one in your local city, like they're everywhere. Just fucking mass supply this mug. It make a lot of money. And get this, okay? Every single one of them is going to be set up I'm just playing around with the idea, but every single one of these places would be set up near a Goodwill or a Salvation Army, so that we could easily go buy products so that people could smash. And just right there, just walk across the road. Since they're next door, we just go get those. Location, location, location. Jacob Boss Face. Okay, so I'm not trying to be weird. Look, so on my shamanic journey, this is what happened. Um, I'm like this good old boy, right? You know, I just want to take care of mom, fucking Forrest Gump fella, mother, but no broken legs and shit, right? And so, like, I just doing the good thing in life. And then my mom passes away. The world takes a massive dump on me. Just, the world will chew you up and spit you out. That's all I need to say on that one. And, set chaos, divinity of chaos, the holder of chaotic energy. He comes to me and he goes, they're taking advantage of you, and mom said to take care of you, so you're going to start dressing like me, okay? This is how I like to dress. Dress like me. And I said, well, I was a whole Jehovah's Witness for 28 years, and I never dressed up for Halloween. I never went trick or treating. I get to dress up for the rest of my life. Fuck yeah. I'm who I am. I didn't change. I'm still me. I didn't lose who I am. They said just put this on. People will treat you nicer. People will be. They won't come take advantage of you so much. They won't bully you so much. They'll see me, and when they see me, I'll scare the shit out of them and make them get away from you. I got you covered, bro, little bro. That's what Divinity told me. I'm just dressed up for Halloween. It's more complicated than that. I mean, I've went to temples, been a part of other groupings, societies. Uh, these things are memories. My items I have are a lot of memories, and what I've learned is to make a part of um, foundational aspects of my mind, of my character, of my heart that I live by, things that remind me of realities that we forget about. Like I wear this sash every day and it wraps around my waist twice. It's like the Egyptian kind of sash. I did leather on mine, but but theirs was red and blue originally, but I had a red and black one, so I just worked with what I had. I didn't go buy nothing special or anything. But the red and black, what it's signifying, what it told the king, what it told the pharaoh, the individual, and the king was no more than a healer, okay? They were just holding a position. They weren't telling people how to live their lives. But it's to remind them that we have a red-blooded body, and then when we go to sleep, we have a blue-blooded body. But, shadow realm, whatever you want to call it. But I got what I got, as I said. But when you go to sleep, you're actually waking up in another ethereal, you're waking up in another body. And if you're aware of this, if you can remember by having it around your waist every single day, before the massive elaborate pieces came out, they lost their meaning with all their elaborate fucking fashion. And but the simple stripes was a reminder that I have a celestial body, and that celestial body is what drops those little omens. People call them coincidences. I see them as omens. They drop these little omens for it for ourselves. We drop it for ourselves. So if I can recognize the messages I'm leaving for myself, then I'm going to be ahead of the game. This is essentially the beginning, close to the beginning, within, well, not the beginning, but This is a reality of the initiate of the shamanic journey of realizing that you have more than one body. Your soul inhabits more than one body. But because one cannot fathomingly think that they inhabit more than one body, then their soul never puts memories together except in the connotation of a dream. Yes, Raven Fox Claw. It said, "You need me to do what you do." Yes, it is coffee. I do got coffee. I was drinking water. I moved to tea, and I got some coffee. Yes. It's generally coffee. I prefer coffee. I'll drink coffee from morning to night. I'll have a cup of coffee right before I go to bed if I have enough coffee to be able to do it. If there's a difference between rationing and being able to have it all day. But if I have it, I'll shoot. Coffee's my mainstay. That's what I enjoy having all day. That's one of my things. And on a side note, on the shamanic journey, on the spiritual journey, you wind up experiencing so many changes that you really like to find a couple, like two or three things that you could easily get anywhere, that you could easily, get a few bucks to afford, and that you have as a regular constant in your life. Because everything else is changing, everything else is coming and going, but at least I can usually find a good cup of coffee. And that'll always come back around. Simple things. It truly is. It's the simple things in life, and to help one be contented. For instance, when I was a lot younger, many many years ago, before the whole spiritual path, um, I would have these outbursts of anger quite regularly, quite regularly, and what was happening? And essentially, what was happening was I was ignoring the little things that I needed. Okay, like for instance, I'd be at work and I need to take a fucking, I need to relieve myself. Okay, and it's so busy at work, I can't go to the bathroom. I can't even go to the freaking bathroom. So that starts pissing me off. That pisses me off so much because I need to take my body and relieve itself. And I can't do that. Okay, free will and all that shit. I don't give a fuck where the fuck I live or where the fuck I am or what I'm doing. If I need to go relieve myself, screw you. You're waiting. I don't care what the demands of anybody else is at this point in my life. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. That would come down to small things, other things. I'd be helping somebody out all day long, and all I want is a fucking cup of coffee. That's what I want. I just want a cup of coffee. I'll help you for 12 more fucking hours. Can I get a cup of coffee? That's all I fucking want. I'm not even asking for money. Just give me some coffee, bro. I'll bust my ass for you. If I can't take time to get that little thing that I like, then I'm not going to be focused on whatever's going on. And if I do somehow keep myself together to stay focused on whatever I'm working on, that's when the outburst happens out of nowhere. Because I was trying to ignore what my body, what I needed this, and it was this small thing, using, relieving myself, grabbing a cup of coffee, even if it's a cigarette. I don't care. I need to take care of me first. And if me isn't taken care of, I can't help the world. I can't do anything else for anybody else. And so to put those little things first it was vitally important to the beginning steps of my spiritual journey, because it's the divine creator values you. Now, if the divine creator, all knowing, created life and all this, then if you need to fucking use the bathroom, or you fucking want something that brings a smile to your fucking face amidst a storm of shit shows, I'm pretty sure they're going to be like, go stop what you're doing and go get what you want. That's what I found. They value you. They value you. They don't just see you as a fucking user to just build something they want. They value it. Creator presence, divine presence, values your heart and how you feel. And that's so to be able to take care of yourself, oneself, now all the relief is gone. I'm satisfied. I got what I want. What you need? Okay, let me get started on your project. Good to go. Okay, I was able to go to the bathroom. All right, what do I need to make for this job? What am I doing? I can get back to it. Now my mind's focused because I took care of a real simple thing. And those real simple things, those are so precious. They are so important for one to give priorities to. And for those out there just listening, I am speaking to the spiritually advanced people. I'm not speaking to somebody just starting out in life. If you just taking these and applying what I'm saying is just base level stuff, you will be so lost and turned around you ain't gonna find yourself a way back home. So apply appropriately. Oh. What do you think the world? What do you think the would be? What do you think the world would be if humans? I inserted world because you repeated the twice. What do you think would be if humans never had the capability to lie to each other? What do you think the world would be like if humans never had the capability to lie to each other? We'd be where we need to be. We'd be dealing with reality. I wouldn't be dressed up like this. I wouldn't be trying to teach the masses of the world to not judge a book by the cover. I would be outdated. This version of me, anyways, wouldn't be needed if everybody just told the truth to each other. Because then we could see who's fucking evil, and we could see who's fucking love. And then we could see the wheat from the weeds. We could actually see who the fuck is who on this goddamn world. But until then, we're dealing with a bunch of fucking jokers. Bunch of poser fakers, lying, shape-shifting motherfuckers to learn or do something they shouldn't be up into anyways. All these lies, Oh no, sweetie, you look good. Say the fucking truth. You look like shit. Your stuff's off. I don't like it. And she's gonna go, you're a piece of shit. And you're gonna go, yes, I am. And you're gonna be like, yep, we're never gonna be together. Wonderful. Go have a great life somewhere else. And you're gonna find another piece of shit. She's gonna find someone good, or him, vice versa, whatever the case. But so many fucking relationships are going on beyond their fucking age of time, and then we get all these goddamn problems, psychological. Gotta go to a counselor, can't deal with this. I don't know why she's yelling at me. Blah 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 bullshit. Because they fucking lied in the beginning. Yes, sweetie, you look lovely. Because fucking lies, our world is in shambles. So I think our world would look glorious if we had been telling each other the fucking truth from the start. There'd be a lot less individuals running their mouth amok. That one felt, it's one of my favorite movies, Liar Liar, with Jim Carrey. Kid makes a birthday wish. Fucking daddy has to tell the truth, and he's a lawyer. The goddamn pen is blue. The goddamn pen is blue. Yeah, that'd be wonderful. That would be wonderful. That's part of the fifth dimension, by the way. Being in fifth dimensional resonance is not you being in some ethereal body. The truth is part of it. You have to tell the truth. If you don't tell the truth, you're not living in the fifth dimension. You're fucking around with other shit. That's lower vibrational stuff. You can't move into fourth and fifth dimension without fucking some truth. So some truth gotta be the whole truth. I knew a person, and we made this agreement. We made a pact. And in the beginning, the pact was, I won't lie to you. Pretty simple. No lies. I thought that meant one thing. The other person thought it meant something completely different. Let me explain the difference. I will not lie. To one person can mean I'm not going to tell you shit. So I never lied to you because I never told you nothing. So I don't talk about nothing. I didn't realize I should have made this stipulation. Let's make a pact that we are forthcoming with the truth. Forthcoming with the truth. Whoa, now that's a whole nother ballpark from saying you won't lie. That's two whole different spectrums for two different people. I might have avoided a whole lot of things. If I could just accept people and how they think. Just because I don't think like that doesn't mean that people don't. It's what I learned. Not from somebody telling me about the lesson, but from me running my head up against the concrete wall 3 or 4 or 5 times. I'm a pretty stubborn motherfucker. And when I learn something, I put it to the damn test through and through. I'm going to find out if this is going to hold up or not. I'm going to put it under the stress test, and I'm going to decide whether I want to add this to my life or not. And I ran my head up against the wall plenty of times to be like, yep, that's the way that one works. I'm moving on. And that's why there's certain doors that I just don't open anymore. I don't care what people say, think, holler, whatever. I don't care what. There's some doors I do not walk through. I don't care if the door is right in front of me, whooping right up by somebody. I'll turn around and run the other direction. I'm not going through that experience. I closed that door in my life. I'm done that. Fuck the word chapter. That was a whole goddamn book series. I'm done with it. Ain't going back. And that's why a lot of people are going to be lost when you don't explain every little thing. Because you decided to not go backwards. And if they can't understand that, that means they must be too young to have experienced way too little to know that you got to get to a point in your life where there are just some doors. Yeah, you went into the party room. You jumped full on into the deep end. But you had enough and had your fill, and we just not going back there at all. Sorry. Nope. Sorry, not sorry. Sheesh. And when another person can respect you for your choices in that regard, when they can actually administer respectful words and respectful actions in the midst of you denying to do something or go somewhere or talk about something or argue about something, when they respect you for saying no, I'm not doing that. Now that's a fucking friend. That's an ally. All right? That's someone who can honor you and change with you. They can adapt with you. Right? Hey, I'm not. But the other person who just keeps pushing and poking and prodding, that ain't the friend and that ain't the ally. Maybe they wanted to be your friend, but they ain't gonna do real good for you in the long run. They're gonna wind up hurting because they're gonna keep poking the bear, and one day that bear's gonna react, and that's when everything goes south. So for me, rather than waiting for things to go south, when I see that our energies just don't jive, just don't blend coherently, I have to acknowledge that and make a peaceful exit before things ever get to that other point. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Awareness is key. By being aware of it, you can open that door, you could close that door, you could lock that door, you could do whatever. But without that key, without that awareness, you got no clue about what's happening around you, and it's just going to come one way or another, and you're going to be the effect. And may everything I have to share help you learn how to become the cause so that you are no longer the effect of people's poor choices. You cause the effects of things because you're choosing good choices, healthy choices, positive things. So you're not only are you going to benefit from those good deeds, but the reactions, the effects from you doing that good thing is going to ripple to other people. See, currently what we've been dealing with is negative effects rippling into the masses. But what we are currently changing is a positive effect to the masses so that the hearts are ever much more inclined for peace. Because in a state of peace, the enemy, who very well is so much chaos, loses their stability. Foundational work is it'll teach you everything you need to know about whatever is having a complicated aspect in your life that is bringing whatever kind of folly into your existence. Chaos needs chaos to thrive. It needs it. Every single life needs its water source to thrive, its proper nutrients. And if we deprive them of it, well, then the masses, we got the bands. It's all in our hands. Because the people at the top, whether they think they're the billionaires controlling the world, even They know that if the masses are singing a tune, that's what they got to give. It's not even their plan. They got to take care of the masses. And that's why we got to avoid the catastrophe before it happens. Because it's coming. But for all I've seen, the Divines, the only reason why they come and get involved on this world as they have been is to avoid that catastrophe. That's why so much prophecy. If we know things are going south, then let's steer towards the north. We might change things up. You're powerful. And I'm happy that you exist. I'm happy that you're here. Okay, so I'm gonna come back to you to chat with you, Kira, because that's what really piqued this. But I do gotta make a comment here on another one. Mr. Handel said Lucifer deceives people. All right, just for a moment, let's look at some real truth. God told Eve, word for word to Eve. Okay, Eve wasn't a god. She don't live. She's human. She sees fucking daylight. She said. He said, in that day, you will die. The day you eat from that tree, you will die. Well, she lived to have more children and a good long life with her husband, Adam. She did not die in that day. So in that comment, he did not deceive her. God lied to her. You want to get word for word? Let's be literal with our words. The devil told her, in the moment you eat of that fruit, your mind will be opened. You will see. And she saw her mind was opened to much more than was being hidden from her, than was being told to her. She saw it. She knew. Her chakra system lit up. That snake, that wasn't the devil. That was the Kundalini Chi energy within. If you go check the Lucifer's words, such a shining being has truly spoken truth. He has not lied. He has not deceived. People deceived themselves. They saw what they wanted to see. As much as you want to say anything else, Lucifer is the divine child of the divine father and the divine mother. Now let's look at a couple of things. We can go back to ancient India, and we can go back to ancient Kemet, ancient Egypt. And there's many other people around the world who saw the divine mother very much as a cow. That's why we have the Milky Way. Because it is from the old stories that as a mother cow, from her milk, thus we were sustained. Now, if you don't know much about cows, you can look it up. Even female cows have horns. They get horns. Yes, they do. Now, the Divine Father, he is a solar force. He is the sun. He is everything that is bright and light, which is continual solar force, this energy burning brilliantly and bright. So this individual who people perceive with horns and a pitchfork, whether in angel form or hell form or whatever form, he is brilliantly on fire, flames getting brighter, and he got the horns from his mother. And if I was always on fire, I'd be sure to have a pitchfork too, because that's the way I'm going to get my food. I'm just going, whoosh, Kira, you mentioned how you had seen Lucifer and Lucy, how those names were connected, and they are very much connected because there is a divine masculine and there is a divine feminine to those realities, to those connections. Those are a harmonious reality of one being. And essentially on the Egyptian pantheon, this goes back to Set and Nebhet. And these two carried that energy, they resonated that energy, they harmonized that energy together. And surely, as much as people see Lucifer and the devil as a bad being, that light and that fire, that presence would bring about the end of our world, not physically, not in a physical fire of destruction. That has occurred in our past. That has occurred in humanity's past, in the world's past. What I'm talking about is a dissolution of the way we lived, taking us from the third dimensional reality, moving us through the fourth, getting us into the fifth dimensional reality, connectedness with the consciousness of God. I mean, the best way to formulate anything everybody would see a loss of power, people with control in their hands, able to keep things in the black files. All of that would come to light. The divine child of the father and the mother would bring a change in everything that we know of how to live within our world. This would cause an advancement of technology. This would cause the mind to see more dimensional realities than it had been perceiving before, to put a lot of those questions to rest with solidified answers. This light, this understanding would bring forth truth amongst the entire world. People would no longer, they would lose their ability to lie. Everybody that lies, they just get found out more, because the light becomes so bright that it becomes aware of any darkness, any shadow-like space. It wants, if whatever's hiding, it's like it's got a beacon that's pulsing. And so the light just gets brighter around that area, and people get closer to it, and they become more aware of whatever situation's been kept hidden from all of the world for so long. And then the people become fully awakened, the truth becomes into the public's hands, and the world can't stand anymore under the rule of a man or a woman, because they see that every single person is just as brilliantly created as God is himself in his form, because that's what he wanted, was a family. He wanted a family of equals. God can't die, so he created a fucking family, and he just wants everybody from bottom to top to be fucking family. Can we just get the fuck along, guys? Come on. But somehow, throughout all those years, throughout all that stuff, the majority of mankind is stuck judging books by their covers, which means that they can't recognize their own image in the mirror. They can't see their own reality. How can you get to know who you are if you can't see yourself? How can you find your purpose in life if you can't fucking see who you yourself are? Can't. And that's why our world is suffering under the disillusionment that lies are producing something good. They're not. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and I'll be right back. EV786 said the bad things that happen to people as a result of them telling the truth. Is that because they held fear in their fields? No. Let me explain. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful question, EV786. Thank you. Okay, what's going on is this is a crossroads situation. We're getting into advanced spiritual information here. Okay, this is not beginner low level stuff. We're at crossroads situations. Every crossroads situation is because you built your tower, you built your pyramid, you accomplished, you mastered the fucking class. You got a 100 on the class. You passed. Okay, you passed. So that's when the crossroads situation comes up. When the crossroads situation comes up, that's when our truth is going to come out. Now, what we have is a fear that we are going to lose perceived advantages in life by sharing this truth. That that is the offering at the crossroads. Because in that moment, our offering allowed the other person to have free will. They got to make a free willed choice with all the information. They were not lied to, they were not manipulated, they were not fooled. You were honest. You can't change who you are, and you can't change your values. You can't change them. You can only say, this is who I am. You can accept me or reject me. This is my truth. Either I can live in my truth around you, or I cannot. If I cannot live in my truth in your presence, then we fail. We both fail, because that means you can't live in your truth. Something's And so that crossroads situation is that fear, and that fear will be present, and there will be real world results from telling the truth. But that is you following the divine path, the narrow path, because those of the world who judge, if somebody comes up to me and they said, bro, I took $100 from you, I stole it from your book yesterday. You know what? I'd think a few things about that, and I'd be really careful with what I let that person around and so forth and so on. But at least I can trust the motherfucker to tell me that he stabbed me in the back. The truth is a powerful thing, and that is a motherfucking ally to me. Because an ally, they still want what they want, like what I want, whatever the case. But at least they could fucking tell me what's coming at me. Now, at least I could be who I am, and they can be who they are. And if we need to fight, well, then guess what? We'll take it out and duke it out one day. But on the proper grounds of equal understanding and knowing where's where and what's what. And that's the reality, is that truth. In the crossroads, people don't want to go beyond the crossroads, because what they're going to lose sucks. And that's what I went through over and over and over and over and over. I keep speaking my truth. And if it ain't someplace where I'm supposed to be, then they're going to move me on. I'm going to speak my truth. I'm going to say what the Spirit wants me to say in every moment as it is, not forcefully or badly, but just as the divines are working, and living my truth in that essence. And so I continually pass through that crossroads of life. And at this point in the cycles, shoot, I kind of just hang out right at the crossroads, and I just kind of stay in that zone. And it's that's what you would call building character. You want to build some character about yourself? Tell the truth, and let someone else call the shot. Put the ball in their hand, and let's see what they're going to do with it. It's the only way you're going to see who somebody really is. Otherwise, you don't really know the other person. You don't know what they're going to do behind closed doors. You don't know what they're scheming or not. You don't know if you're really on their side or if they're really against you. There's confusion. And where there's confusion, there's lies. And yeah, the fear is definitely, the fear is not a result, or the consequence is not a result of a bad past. The result, ultimately, whatever that result becomes, is really the pinnacle of the accomplishment on my journey, um, especially in one particular process of learning and integrating an ancient Kemetic and Egyptian oracle system into my own life. I learned the entire oracle system. I knew everything from beginning to end. Not details. I'm not going to remember all the details. If you give me a quiz with multiple choice, I'm likely to pass it. I can remember those words like that. But anyways, moving on. So I learned everything that I learned from that Egyptian oracle system. And then what I had, what it got me out of the first time, the same kind of situation it got me out of the first time, literally when I got done processing all of it and working it, not just process, but working it. And then literally the original situation in another format, in another sequence of people, winds up happening. And in that moment, the results were going to leave me what I would call immobilized. No desire to do anything, broken, shattered, hearted, fucking just death, just looming over me practically, in that kind of state of sadness. extreme sadness, I should say. However, I was able to reformulate that situation. I was able to take that entire Oracle system. Something clicked in my mind, and I took the entire Oracle system, the entire ancient Oracle system, and I applied it. Literally, it took me 2 hours. It took me 2 hours to apply the system. And I'm not talking about reading cards, and I'm not talking about some simple ass little shadow work. I'm talking about some complicated major transformation, mental heart, all this stuff. But I applied it, and then I overcame that. And instead of being extremely sad and in no action, 2 hours, I was back to who I originally was. I was my happy, good old self. Fuck them feelings. I'm solid. I'm stable. I got the Zed in me. The tree of life exists. And when that happened, that's when the divine said, it's exactly what we do. We teach you, we train you live, real world, and then we let it happen to you all over again to see if you can apply what you learned to this situation that's been reoccurring in your life. Because if you can't apply what we just spent months teaching you, we might just need to go work on someone else. That's why one will attain a spiritual level and they will blast through and they'll make so much advancement. And then this huge event happens and it smashes them on their ass. And they were like, I was making so much progress. That was the tower. That was a meteor coming in, fucking took out the tower. It's time for you to stand up and not just think that tower is going to protect you, but be embodied as everything you learned that tower had to offer you. That spiral of ascension going up that tower and learn everything you did at every level, because that tower is not going to stand. What you built is not going to last forever, but you can reformulate your environment from dust. That's why you're going to have the confidence of an alchemist. That's why you're going to be confident within your own character. That's why you're going to be fuck thinking or trying to be resilient. You're going to look at your past and you're going to be like, I survived my fucking heart breaking, my mind crashing, my fucking life being taken from me, and I'm still standing trying to help motherfuckers. What's up, bro? Huh? You're gonna feel different. You're gonna feel different on the inside. And and for me, in that moment, my mind goes immediately right back to the bottom and says, "Don't forget your roots. Don't forget where you come from. Even though you built so much, even though you could refashion anything, don't forget who you came, where your family is." Because you don't want to hurt your family with everything you learned. You want to help them. So be very clear and precise of how you're going to use and be responsible with this energy and with this ability to transmute your emotions into actions. What's up over in Germany? Okay, cool, cool. Cool, cool, Forsaken. Cool. Awesome Savage. Savage Sage. Love it, bro. Love it. I'm Okay, to wasted talent. All right, here's a simple one. I'm looking over comments that were just put in. Um, wasted talent F5D for 5D said, I've been trying to find out what energy, I think is what energy, which of my two friends are the thief recently. Twice something went missing. All right, so wasted. I'm just gonna say it plain out. Get something shiny. Get something fucking shiny. You know what I'm saying? And invite one of them friends over just by themselves. See if it go missing. Give them plenty of time all by themselves. And don't mention that thing. Don't mention the shiny. But you know they're going to see it. And just see if it go missing. You'll know who right away. It's kind of sad, but true. Another tall tale. Not tall tale, another reality to consider for anybody up that alley. You got friends, you don't know who's telling the truth or whatever. All right, you ask a friend something, a friend, you ask a friend something, and they give you a shit ton of details but no direct answer, a big old runaround, it's because they're hiding the truth. They suck at lying. Because if they did, they'd give you a big bold ass fucking face right up in your answer, right up in your face. They'd be like, no, yep. But 9 times out of 10, humans are cowards. Uh, you get people who are in the fight or flight, and that changes things. I'm not talking about that nature. That's a different mechanical thing working in the body. Biomechanical thing, bio thing happening in the body. Rhythmic. But people generally are cowards and they don't want to say the truth. That's why they lie. And you can tell somebody who's trying to lie without lying when they tell you all the fucking details without telling you the truth. You know the kind of infomercials shit. They're like, in 15 seconds, I'm going to tell you how to change your life. And for 2 fucking hours, they talk to you about buying something that contains 15 seconds. Just tell me you got 15 seconds. Fucking tell me, or else you're a bunch of crap you got up your ass. It's a good way to find out. Now, with that explanation, I've caught myself, and I've been working on it for years. I'm much better now. But people would ask me a question, and I do have a lot of information to give that compiles up to the ultimate answer. It all like gets up there. And but now what I've changed to doing for myself is I'll give the direct answer, the direct yes or no, right up front. And then I'm like, but on the technical, here's the long explanation I want to give. Because then the person's curiosity is satisfied, they got the answer they wanted, and everything you're talking about, now they can actually listen to it. Because if I'm mentioning all the details, then their mind's still wondering, yes or no, motherfucker. And that means they're not listening to all the details that I'm telling them. So, ordering of that information is helpful. Zepian said, yo, 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 have you heard of Marshall Rosenberg's nonviolent communication, which is inspired by Krishnamurti? The highest form of intelligence is the ability to withhold one subjective judgment. I will say no, I have not heard of it, though, especially with the combination of subjective judgment, my mind puts in calculation, and throughout what I'm connecting with, of how you're sharing that and what I've been talking about, I'd be very familiar with its working, and because I'm working it myself in its own fashion, but I technically have not heard of it or read from that system, um, as you mentioned it, from that source. I get a lot intuitively, and so that's a lot of telepathic communication. So people who are into this system of understanding, like on that energetical exchange, I'm sure we pick up things from everywhere. So I appreciate you sharing that source info there. I do want to comment before I go further, that Aaron Aaron Cowan, 1483, said, "Can you do me a reading, please? I feel like something is following me in darkness. It's bad." Aaron Cohen, 1483. So the I'm connecting with you in this moment, and the first time I read that, I connected, but I'm connecting right now. I'm even more so focusing on that connection, and a card reading will not help you. It's just going to tell you some information about what you already know to be the fact, but you're still going to be a little lost because it's not going to say who or how or what the solution is. But in our connection, things are going to change rather soon. Gong hong ksong, gong hong ksong, gong hong ksong. Kepra 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 ra 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 tuma tuma tum kansu arsimitoki shabu banana shamtoruna hai arsimitoki shabu banana shamtoruna hai arsimitoki shabu banana shamtoruna hai abra. Aaron, I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. No matter what you see around you, no matter what you think's going on, things are moving forward in a positive direction for you. Nothing can mess with you. You're going to really notice a change in things around you tomorrow. After you go to sleep, whenever you wake up, tomorrow, that day, you're going to notice a change of things just working out for you in your favor. You're going to notice that that bad energy, you don't sense it anymore. Some real shit. Here's my email, and if that is not the case tomorrow, and you feel differently, which won't be, but if you have questions, if something's still messing with you, whatever the case, seriously, shoot me an email and just let me know, and I'll make sure that that stuff stops. Yes, the Oracle system, Eevee, the Matu Netar. Yes, I do. And you can send me an email, and I can help you out. But the book is, if I can reach it without falling, I did it. I should ring a bell for that one. The Matu Netar, Volume 1. Yeah, yeah. Integrate this into your world. For anybody out there, if I could encourage anything, like, yes, yes. Like, I've got my book that I put out there. It's entitled Citra. It is published. It is on Amazon.com, hardback, softback, etc. That's the word. Just type that in. It'll bring it up. SETCHRA. And my book is more applicable to seeing how you work magic on a regular basis, but you're not aware that these things are these things. And I mentioned it yesterday, like time traveling. Believe it or not, you're a magician and you time travel. You've done it. Let me explain it. You've been at work, you've been in that situation, and an extended amount of time went by. You felt like it was like 20 minutes or so. And then when you look at the clock, you're like, holy crikey, like 2 hours freaking flew by. That's because you were resonating at a trance state of being. Your body was solid in its state of being. Thus, you can move in your environment and interact as you were with whoever you were or not. And your soul departed from your body and was in another dimensional reality. And that's why your mind and conversation, if someone else was there, was in the realm that it was in. And then all of a sudden, the soul is like done wherever it is, and it jumps back into the body, and you're like, the fucking time it is, holy crikey. And that's when you know, that's how you know you time travel, because your body was in one place and your soul, your spirit was in another place. That's why the time was missed, and the reconciliation is the oddity is noticed of time being missed, because the spirit is now connecting back with the body. It was in two different places. You time traveled, and then you put it back together in once. And that's when the anomaly pops in the mind, and you're like, whoa, that's weird. Literally, we do these things all the time. We are magicians without even trying. You don't have to go to a religion. You don't have to learn ancient Egyptian. It's a working of our natural being. You could clothe it with any word, or with any group of 10 or 12 or 24 or 84 or 144,000. You could do whatever you want with it. You could make a whole fucking production out of it. You could make a series of movies out of it. It's still the same fucking working. And this book, literally the Metu Nectar, this oracle system, literally gives you the words of power to be able to knowingly affect particular moments with your creative magical touch, with your ability. And it's I definitely encourage that. The world would be a different place if we had a lot more oracles walking amongst us. Ra'un Nefer Amin. I'll type it in the chat here. That was extra A at the beginning. I have not read that autobiography of Yogi Yogananda. That would be cool. I love books. I love. I've got a nice collection of PDF books, and I enjoy. I enjoy. Okay. Zig and Zag. Uh, Something I usually don't comment on, but it's goes back to an Indian thing, and they get it's called kumkum powder, and they use kumkum powder to mark the forehead. I have I carry that essentially, and I think that's a big important reality of that. Um, it draws attention. Let's just put it. Let's just there's a lot of details on that, but it draws attention to the third eye. It draws attention to the brain. It draws attention to that mind, that pineal gland, and so people are going to be drawn to that naturally. When I would go to temple and see others, that's what I'd be drawn to naturally. It's just what the mind does. It's what the eyes do. What the eyes are focused on, that's where the connection is. And mind to mind, it's going to bring heart to heart. And I've felt myself my whole life like I needed to wave a flag for all those underdogs or whatever the case. You know what I'm saying? All the black sheep. I need to wave a flag for us. I know we all over the place, and somehow in my life, in my dress, in my exchange of different cultures and learning and religions and all that sort of way, my whole presence became the flag. I am that presence. I'm walking and being. I'm waving my motherfucking flag, and if I'm talking, I must be on the bullhorn. But I see things a little bit differently in my past and what I've had to go through in different groupings. I've definitely not wanted to carry over the negative traits or qualities that they had, and so this is me putting my positive spin on all of that. Now, most 472 said, when I think back to moments in my life, it feels like I am still existing at that point in time simultaneously with the present. Do you know what causes this? This, okay, there's many answers to this. There's two answers that pop up into my mind immediately. But the first one that my heart goes out to is the fact that now this is for yourself to decide, and you will have to see where you are and make that call for yourself. But I'll mention both of what I'm seeing. So in one aspect, this is very akin to the direct expression and trying to express purgatory, to where one can't really move forward because they're always stuck in the past. So they're constantly at an impasse with themselves. God is, there's something back there that the soul needs to learn, that the mind needs to recall, to be aware, a spiritual lesson, a message from the divine. Something was there in that memory to grab from it, and as soon as you actually look all the way over and grab what you need from that, that door's gonna close off, and you're gonna be able to bring yourself completely into the present. That's one side of things. That's one aspect that just jumps up into me. Another aspect, another side of possibility that is very possible, that's out there, is the fact that it's what I do quite often. I'm not stuck at one point in the past, but I certainly do travel into my past and I look at how I felt emotionally. I look at the situation of what people did around me. I look at their attitude. How did they speak? That's going to tell me how they felt or how they were feeling in that moment. I'm going to look at every single aspect. I'm going to learn everything I can from it. I'm going to pull that emotional reality to now. There was a solution and all that too. There was a solution. There was something I actually utilized, and it got me through that hump. It got me through that issue. So I'm going to pull all of that into the present moment because this current moment situation that I'm going through looks just like the old one. So I brought the past into the present within my own field. I'm familiar with the sequence of things. Things are pretty damn familiar. And now I can actually apply that positive solution that I know how to utilize, that I've done before, and it can change my future. And so, in that aspect, one is able to truly transmutate um, energies. You have in the back of your skull, there is a knot at the center. That is your jade gate. When you meditate, it allows you to bypass time and space. So that's you could have your jade gate literally permanently open. Mine is like that. It's open. It's always open. So it's there, and so that allows me to be in multiple worlds of thinking. If you would consider a scientist on one side of things, we need to have a mathematical calculation. On another side of things, we need to see what the chemicals are doing and the reactions with the flame and the heat and the faucet and all that, and the beakers and all that stuff. So the mind can be in a multitude of very intense subjects of information at one time, being able to formulate what they need in the present moment. And in that way, that would be the second aspect of that. So there's one. So it's like a working through. You start here and you can get there, because we have a problem or an issue, something that's causing like an ailment. Like, now I don't like being stuck in the past. But then once we learn the lesson and move forward, shoot, we apply that old lesson to the situation we're stuck in now. It allows us to continually make advances beyond people around us. And that's what leaves them really dumbfounded, looking at us like, how is she doing that? That's why they're really upset, because they're not able to have that kind of success like you can. They got to work a lot harder. And you learned how to be smarter. Love you, little bro, by the way. Super welcome, Zig and Zag. And Zig and Zag, this one's specifically for you. Uh, there's this one's for you, Zig and Zag. Uh, I would never do it on purpose. I would never, I would never cause my body to bleed on purpose. I'm not gonna do that. Like I said, when I work outside, I said it the other day, when I work outside or doing something, I wear gloves. I wear gloves because I'm going to cut myself. I already know I'm going to hurt myself. I'm going to get a splinter. I'm going to do this, or metal, whatever, the nail, whatever the case. I'm, I don't want to, I'm not accident prone, but hard. I'm a little kid, so I'll survive it. It's okay. Just the flesh wound, ma, and kind of mentality, and um, and uh, and so there are times, if that happens, that I have the construct in my mind, just like it was told to the Israelites back in the day. Yo, I'm not gonna kill no animal like that. If I want a burger or something, I'll go to the store and whatnot. But but they say, sacrifice your lamb and put the blood above the door, and because the spirit's gonna pass by and they'll see the blood, and you'll be okay. Well, I honor Halloween every day of my life because I've realized dressing up does scare away spirits, bad spirits, and those bad spirits are connected to bad people. And so when I've had a cut or something like that by accident, I will rub that over there if I don't have the powder or whatever else to do. I will use my natural of of that aspect, um, because there that story in the Bible states that an angel can literally sense the presence of blood. They can register the presence of blood, and they can detect whose it is. They could essentially analyze the information from the raw data. So at the same time, recognizing my own body as a temple, I'd rather be protected if there was some spirit moving about taking care of things in the world. Who knows what's flying about in our skies? Hmm? I'd rather be known for who I am. That one is for you, bro. Good formulation of your question. Yeah, Forsaken King, exactly, bro. Like exactly when I was a kid, yeah, do you get your scrape, whatever, fucking move on. I'm concerned. I just, it is, it is an old, it is an old way of living that people aren't used to knowing. Oh, um, it's a, and that's the thing is like anything about me literally has like 5 to 10 reasons of why I do it. Number one, I like twofers. If I'm gonna do anything, I want to do like two things at once. Like I was talking earlier, like transmuting that energy, that negative emotion to like doing something positive and proper, building something. Um, my brain, I like twofers. If I'm doing anything, want to help somebody. Like if I'm working, like I say, like if I'm working on a job or something, I want to work my muscles out too. Some people say work smarter, not harder, but for me, my smarter says this is a twofer. So I'm helping somebody do a job, and I'm lifting weights, working on my muscles. So that's a twofer. So I'm going to work harder, and my working harder is technically smarter because I didn't have to go off into some gym by myself to work out. I was able to do two things at once. And if you get a threefer or a fourfer, that's great. So, generally speaking, I have a multitude of reasons of why I do something. Um, in my personal opinion, in my personal experience, screw opinion, in my personal experience, the the a singular cause to do a singular thing is not enough. That's not enough motive. Oh, I just want that. That's not enough. That's not enough of a cause, of a reason to stimulate that. But if me going there and getting that could actually do this and do that and do this, ooh, well, okay, you twisted my arm, I'll go with it. And so, in a lot of those solutions that I've done in the life, I found I was like, whoa, that's actually a good way to live every single day of my life. And I'm not a person who's gonna like go to the gym and work out like every Tuesday. You know, I'm gonna fucking miss a Tuesday, and then I'm never gonna go a Tuesday again because I missed my pattern, and now I'm never doing it again. So for me, the only way to actually make progress with anything is to make it a part of my daily life. I have to fit this into my daily routine, my daily schedule, my daily ongoings if I want this to be a regular aspect of my life. Then I'm not going to forget about it because it's a habit. And we are pretty darn habitual creatures. That's why we were talking the other day of how one can have a wonderful intellect and they can know all the information and they can be able to calculate everything they need and they can build the stuff. But without the ability to it's interesting twice today. You could know everything, but without the ability to truly know who your indwelling intelligence is, who your unconditioned state of your spirit is, you'll be stuck to giving one result. You'll be stuck to one format of delivering all of that. And to really make anything flow in this world, we have to adapt. We have to adapt, like the flowing essence of water in a river, going down the river, whatever, to our thoughts flowing into our actions, being able to have that fluidity to be able to adapt. That's that's major. And that's a reality, is that many people believe in destiny and that you're stuck to one course. Other people, they just dismiss it altogether and say, no, it doesn't apply. You can make up my own life how I want to live it and what the results of it are going to be. Evie was saying, talk more on transmutation. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jesse. Oh my gosh. My mind's in about three different places right now, which is normally not usually the case. Um, Jesse, the ones who run from destiny or fate usually end up fulfilling it. Thank you. What I've found, what the reality is that we can change that destiny. We can alter that fate. We can alter that course. We have free will, and we are divine beings in the flesh. Even in that good old book, it says, you are all gods. You could argue it all you want, but there is a sacred text that says, you are all gods. Because we are capable to reach to the degree to where we are resonating as the third incarnation of man in man, human in human, not any divine other state, but we can ascend to align our chakras, to align our energies, to be familiar with the words of power, to know divine law and order. And we literally, it's known in ancient Egypt as Sekar Netur, which means the divine plan. And we can rewrite that divine plan every single day of our lives if we choose to. We rewrite it at night and we live it out during the day. That's how it technically goes down. And through learning the mantras, through learning through that connection with the divine themselves, that has been my reality. That's what I've seen happening. That's what I've not only seen happening, but others have come back to me who I've done these jams for, who I've shared my energy with, as far as saying the mantras, the deep prayers, something of the sort. Miracles literally happening. And we can change the fates and destinies of each other. Why and how? Because we can have a helping hand where there was none before. Where there's a helping hand, the future changes. There was another option available. The future is in your heart, because your hands are going to craft what your heart wants. Your mouth is going to say what your heart desires. You hold the future in your heart, and your mind is trying to figure out how to work that into the blueprint of the physical matter. And the more and the more and the more you connect with divine peace, with peace, let's go back to transmutation. Evie was talking about transmutation, and another individual had mentioned that they were having a problem reaching peace, a level of peace. Now, before we can learn how to transmutate, we got to learn how to say no. We got to put up a block. We got to learn how to say enough is enough. Because I cannot be in a state of transmutation if I got more shit hitting me. I got to say, stop, I'm working on something. No more incoming. So a very direct um, uh, ability, method, meditation method is each day take 5 minutes out of your day, set a timer, and pick a word. It could be any word. I use love as an example. So you're sitting down, you can't control the environment outside of you, so sound is what it is. But for your own space, it's quiet. And you set your timer, start it, and close your eyes. Thoughts are going to jump into your head. When those thoughts jump in your head, you use your word. So the example word here is love. So I get thoughts coming into me about what I did yesterday, about what she said, about what Johnny is up to, whatever the case. I'm going to say love. I'm not thinking about nothing else. I'm putting up a mental block. Nope. Nothing incoming is accepted in. Love, love, love. That's what I go back to. Any new thoughts coming in, I block. I'm blocking with a single word, and I'm not taking that word or idea or anything anywhere else. I'm stopping it all right there. And you work on that 5 minutes every single day, and each day you can extend that time period of working on that, and you will learn how to put a block on incoming things. This will help you attain to your peace, because our peace is disturbed, generally speaking, by external factors. External factors, when they hit us, well, we're not at peace because we're feeling that vibration or that concern from someone else. However, when we're able to put up our internal block to thoughts, then it doesn't matter if it's anybody else's thoughts or our own thoughts. They ain't fucking getting in. Blocked, bitch. That's peace. That's peace right there. In that state of peace, that's where you can transmute fast. Faster than most have ever been able to do before. You can get there. You can get there, and you can do that. Speaking on that transmutation, I can't stress enough the importance of understanding that emotion is energy. Now, in this world, you and I, on the normal spectrum of things, I know we're in a state of moving forward in technology in some aspects, but generally speaking, if I want power, I have to pay for it. If I want power lights, I have to pay for it, right? That power is ultimately energy, and it's being transmutated through wires and systems of that sort. But you as a being, you receive that energy directly through emotional transfer. Charged up. That emotional transfer at first is hot, is on fire, is blazing. Yeah, because it had to be in that state to transfer. That doesn't mean that's what we're going to do with it. That doesn't mean we're just going to let it out of us. It's in us. We're going to, acknowledgement is huge. Acknowledging that we are carrying this energy is huge, because it tells me right away, if I'm walking around with a bunch of extra energy, I don't have time for stupid, I ain't explaining extra answers, questions. I don't give a fuck about nobody's bullshit or nothing. I'm dealing with something big already. I'm good to go. So that lets me set those boundaries on me interacting with other individuals, so that I do not release this energy negatively or unwantingly, just willingly. And so I'm going to nurture this. By being aware of it, I'm going to respect its presence. By acknowledging it, by being aware of it, by respecting its presence, oh boy, that is the road of transmutation. Because people want to ignore this. People don't know what to do with it, so they just ignore it. Nah, I'll take care of it later. Yeah, I'll take care of it later, and that's the explosion. Ah! Crash, crash, boom, boom, whatever goes down happens. And so to be aware that one has this energy, though, as you're working with this energy, as you're working with it, by being aware of it, you can express it. In expressing this energy safely, to where it's not hurting anybody, And I'll give you one example for myself, okay? I don't do this anymore, but it was years ago. My forearms pretty fucking strong. I like my fingers. Play video games, write, I'm a scribe. I like my fingers. I don't want to hurt my fingers. I don't want to damage my knuckles. So I'll go find me an oak tree. A solid motherfucking oak tree. And with my forearms, I swing off on that bitch as hard as I could, one after the other. I don't care what my arms look like. My bones will fucking survive it. I need to feel something. And if I went too low or if I went too high, then I would stop in that moment because I said I lost control. And if I lost control in a moment of expressing that type of energy, that's not a time to continue. That's a moment to stop. That's when to sit down. I'm not just going psycho with this energy. I am doing a controlled release of this energy. Now it took me years to on work through that to get to the point to where now in my life I don't need to physically release energy in that fashion like that anymore. I I I learned that was that was my training wheels. That was my tarot cards before I learned how to be a living oracle. I needed the raw, hard 3D data and to feel, and now, well, I'm pretty satisfied. My bones feel a little stronger than what they used to do before. And if you know about fracturing bones, calcium builds up, bone gets stronger, bone hardening. I think is what it's called. I didn't even know. I had the idea, and after years of that, eventually I don't know. I didn't need to do that anymore. By going to the cards and learning and understanding, I started becoming aware of communicating. So then I communicated to people, and if I communicated to them, then they could be aware of what was happening, and they could have an option to do something or not to do something. And that caused me to not get angry anymore. That caused the physical needing of that oak tree not to necessarily be needed so much anymore because I could communicate and now somebody could work with me. Then after that, I still had problems and hiccups. But after that, I had to work through realizing the people that I would talk to, and they didn't give a shit what I had to say. They were going to do what they were going to do anyway. Now, those people, I kept trying to heal and get them to reason and explain to every aspect of my whole life and everything I do so they could understand and make some progress. But none of that worked. So that next portion of my life was realizing who to cut out of my life. I only want people around who I can communicate to, and maybe they can't give me what I want, and maybe it's outside of their balance to do certain things. But I'm like, hey, bro, this hurts, and they're like, okay, sorry about that, and they never fucking do it again. One time they brush up close to that portion of my body, and they go, oh, I'm sorry about that. Sorry, bro. I'm like, no worries, it's okay, we're good. They're consciously aware and they're retaining that information. Okay, this is a person I can communicate with, I can work with. I'm not getting frustrated. I'm not getting anger. I don't need to do all that freaking stupid work because I don't need to go through all that because the people causing the ire, the dire, the fire in my life, fucking the fires are they're gone. They're gone. I say no more. I don't care what you got to give me. Home, food, protection. I don't give a fuck what you got for me. I'm not hanging around that no more. I choose peace. And peace means I can communicate with somebody and they're going to communicate back with me and we're going to move forward. And we're not going to keep repeating the past. The past was a problem. The problem is now outdated and we got something better in its place. Okay, I'm gonna hang around those people. There's a lot of people in the world. There's smart people, there's stupid people, there's intelligent people, there's funny people, there's charismatic people. These people could sell you an icicle to a snowman. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's all types of people out there. So whoever you wind up getting close to be your friend, that's what you're going to be like too. In some way, in some fashion, that's what you're going to be like. And really, by choosing the correct people to be around you, which the hardest thing is just walking away from the people who are not healthy for you. You know, it's like, I don't know how to give a good analogy of it right now, but, well, I guess so. You know, it's like growing up and you're younger and you love the fast food burger and you're you go to McDonald's, whatever case, and your body's just the same as anything. And then all of a sudden, you turn a certain age, and now at this point, you got some funny things happening to your body, and you eat one of them fast food burgers, some fries, and shoot, you got like 10 pounds on you sticking around for like 4 weeks. What the hell's happening? Well, things changed. Change. Change. Change is going to happen. And a lot of times we got to adapt. And if we don't adapt, well, our ship's going to sail into the bottom of the ocean. I'm trying to sail into the skies. Yo, little bro, for sure, for sure. I would have made it. I would have had another pot of coffee going. I'm gonna make one here shortly after the live, here in a few minutes. But my coffee pot, man, I don't know what happened to it in the past. Excuse me. I don't know what happened to it in the past couple of weeks, but it started like, it just makes so much sound. It's a little loud. So we certainly don't need to have that be going on in the background. I even put blankets over it to keep it like quiet so you can't hear it. And you just still hear the thing going off. Bloody roots. Yeah, gotta get those roots to be divine. Gotta get there on time. That's for sure. That's absolutely for sure. People were talking about Kill Bill, and there's yeah, you know, there's a whole bunch of different training methods that people have employed. It's something I learned. Okay, it's like the fighter in the ring, um, the one that can like withstand that big strong punch or whatever, you know, and like they're still standing, like they can take that. It's only because they put themselves through worse pain. You can only fucking stand up to that which you have survived. And for me, I'm just talking about my past year, but for me, I felt as if my physical body did not have the same. It was, I felt like my body and my spirit were imbalanced because my emotional self received so much debilitating pain, suffering, crushing, heartbreaking, shattering fucking pain. Let them in my house and they destroyed everything. And, but my body was left unharmed. Like, I had no physical pain, no after effects from it. And so I felt imbalanced. I felt like I needed physical presence of that to balance out the emotional wounds that I actually like. Can I feel some physical reality to this immaterial suffrage that I'm going through? Because it ain't making sense. I shouldn't feel all that pain if I haven't been through a battle or something. What the fuck? And that meant that had me messed up for a lot of years. But that's a big portion of the transmutation of energy. And here's a real big secret that I have not mentioned at all. When you learn how to pray, and I say pray, but when you know how to make contact and you get response back and you can talk, and then you start to understand. I started to realize the truth, not just from what I read, but what I was experiencing. That all this rage of physical strength, of imbalanced feeling, I'm going to send it right on up. He said to send it to him. He said, I'll swallow it up and I'll give you my name in return. I'll take your pain and I'll give you my name. That's what he said to me. So I sent it on up. And he took that pain, and the divine mother, divine father, they transmuted that energy and they sent it to whoever, whichever human needed it for a karmic lesson to help them win something. I don't fucking know and I don't care. But at this particular juncture in my life, I learned how to make contact. I learned how to get response. Call it prayer, call it contact. I don't I don't care. But I started sending that energy right up to them. And that's when I started seeing miracles happen in the world. That's when I started seeing miracles happen in front of me, and enough of them to keep happening throughout the years to know that I must be doing something correct. Cause luck is luck. Cause it shouldn't have happened, but something good happened, so you're lucky. There's you not lucky in your life if it's happening over and over and over with consistent results. That's called skill. That's called planning. That you got to work to arrange good stuff like that. That don't come easy. That means they fuck it. Something's working. And ultimately, at the beginning and the end of the day, for me at this point in my life, is I just let them know. And if I got too much pain to deal with, I just cry. I don't care if I'm talking to you or if I'm all by myself or I'm in the middle of the fucking store. If I got to, yeah, I'm gonna let the goddamn water fall. I'm gonna let it fall. I ain't gonna stop it up for nothing. And because mom, ultimately dad, he don't care to hear me crying so much, but he gonna make mom gonna hear me crying, and mama don't like it when her boy cries. Mama gonna do something about it, and that's true faith. That's true faith. Is allowing the divines to take care of it, knowing that they hear your heart, and not taking matters into one's own hands. I think I went over a few minutes. I love you. I thank you all. I thank you for commenting. I look on the comments and I try to interact as much. But how every time I look down, I do appreciate seeing people talking amongst themselves or sharing comments. No communities have it. I love seeing that, and totally awesome all the way around. Interesting last few comments. Um, oh, totally cool. Thank you. Very kind. I'm gonna put in my email just in case anybody wants to reach out to me as well. Um, I do read the Bhagavad Gita. I do have some videos of me reading it, I believe. Um, I I do go through different stages, phases, times whenever it calls, reading from that or various other old scripts. Um, and other than that, much love, many blessings. Let's see, let me read Evie. Said, Citra, I just met you today, and I'm so happy that you popped up on my feed. Thank you so much for your insights and your beautiful energy. May you always be blessed. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. You put the last little comment. I'm not gonna repeat that, but before I head out, I'm gonna hit the gong a few times, and thank you for hanging out with us today. And we will be 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And until then, Donna Day Hawaii. Until we see you next time, much love, many blessings.